All right. Howdy.
Howdy. Well, we welcome
Still really like our intro. I like it. So good.
I do like it as well. It's good. It's that good.
I was rocking out for a little
That's how
while
good
there.
it is.
Not gonna lie.
That's how good it is.
Fancy countdown and everything. Yes, more shoddy. We do have a countdown. We done did get fancy around here. I tell you what.
We did. We
Super
fancied it
fancy.
up about
Uber
5
professional.
degrees.
Yeah. Thanks to StreamYard, we can put on airs of being uber professional.
It lasts right up until we open our mouths.
As soon as the screen changes, they're like, yes.
Oh, never mind.
Something's going on here.
Something is happening. Something is happening.
But hello, everybody. Thanks for coming out to the live stream. I know it's really hard to get to live streams. Apparently, not really. I don't know. Anyway, so
Jeez.
Daniel may be with us later on. Kind of depends on how things go with him for work. And we'll let you know if he's coming in or not as soon as we know definitively. But Josh and I are from Black Tower Podcast, as you probably know, or if you don't know, now you know. And knowledge is power, so congratulations. You just gained power.
But it was half the battle.
Yes.
It is half the battle.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're Black Tower Podcast. Of course, the names are on the screen. Obviously, I'm Andrew.
And I'm Josh.
That's right, this is all mirrored. And with us, we have one of the fantastic faces that if you've ever been to JordanCon, or if you watch the Dragonmount community show, you should know him. Say hi, Thom. Jeez. English really is broken.
Andrew's having words problems.
You were having word problems. I think you need a shot, is what it is. Lubricate yourself.
Are we starting that?
Why not?
Okay.
There you go.
There it is. Two Rivers Sniper.
So while you're introducing yourself, I do have the bottle of Gentleman Jack here from whenever I did the Try Not to Laugh
There you go.
Watt meme edition with Kritter yesterday. So
perfect.
while you're introducing yourself, I'll
is that a cue?
Yeah.
So Thom DeSimone, I am one of the 3 co-hosts for the Wheel of Time community show on Dragonmount.com. Sponsored by Tor Books, which is fantastic. Hey, a little plug there.
Awesome.
I also am the director of guest services for JordanCon. So there's that as well. That's a good time. JordanCon's a really good time. It's a unique convention in the fantasy convention world. There are more conventions like JordanCon popping up, like small-ish family-oriented conventions where it's just like everyone is like kind of close-knit and very welcoming to new people. I think it's the subject matter, honestly. Everyone's huge Wheel of Time fans, and then it branches out from there. But I think that attracts a certain type of fan, and I generally like those fans.
They're the best fans.
Yeah,
if we're being honest.
it's true. Try to stay away from the Star Wars fans. I'm one of those too.
Do you know what? That's okay. So that's a struggle, right? All my Star Wars fans, they know. For me, when the last few movies were coming out, I was just so fatigued on all the negativity.
Yeah.
That I was just like, for the first time in my life, I don't want more Star Wars content because I'm really tired of something I love so much being dragged through the mud so hardcore.
Yeah. And I hate that the media focuses on it too,
Yeah. Got
a
couple bots on Rotten Tomatoes. But anyway.
What are we supposed to talk about, Wheel of Time?
Something like that, I think. I don't know. Some series I never read. I just got it all off of Spark Notes.
What is that?
Spark Notes.
So the Wheel of Time, that's
fandom.
where the Ace C-Day run around being women. It's super woke, okay? And, you should get with it, okay? Robert Jordan was woke.
For anybody that can't tell, he's being incredibly sarcastic.
Incredibly sarcastic.
For anybody starts freaking the fuck out and starts keyboard warring it up. It's a joke.
No, go ahead. Keyboard
No.
warrior. Let's do this. Let's
Oh
go.
god.
I mean, there are a lot of you know, I'll use the term negative Nellies out there that are that do need to be keyboard warriored occasionally, but for the most part, yeah, no, Robert Jordan was pretty forward in his writing with his inclusion of minorities and people of color and you know, LGBT in the Wheel of Time, like especially for when it was written, like, you know, I mean, he still was an older white guy from the South, so it's still littered with, you know, issues, but it's better than, you know, Sword of Truth. Excuse me, had something in my throat.
Bless you, Gesundheit there. No, I like how, like you were saying, how forward thoughtful he was. He made a lot of unique story points that, well, I mean, for instance, Aes Sedai being, you know, a female.
I do be a good buyer, Dorman. Sorry, I got excited.
But you know, there's a lot of that, and it's like, you know, it's still a good story. It's still a good series, you know, and that's all I'm going to say about that, because I think I cut Andrew off.
No, not at all.
Oh, sorry, Hopper. Hopper is instructing me I need to drink.
Oh, get that out of there,
I mean,
buddy.
especially on a day where English doesn't appear to be my strong suit. Yeah, no, you're not interrupting me. You're saving my actual useful word count cap from being used up too early.
There you go.
There it is.
So,
there it is.
Coherent words strung together in format that's like a sentence.
Yeah. But anyway, so for this live stream, people have been doing breakdowns of the Wheel of Time trailers since like 5 seconds after it came out. And which is fantastic. And we had planned on doing kind of our own reaction to it for the Black Tower. But in between vacations, timing, scheduling, just real life work, we never really were able to get around to it. And in the meantime, we got to chatting with a couple different people, and like Thom here, and we were like, cool, well, let's collaborate and do something together if we can. And then it was like, well, why don't we just do a live stream instead of doing something pre-recorded? Okay, well, then what are we going to talk about? So the whole concept for this is, rather than breaking down necessarily every last little morsel and pixel of the trailer, it's going to be more so kind of focused to what does the trailer kind of tell us that we should expect in season 1, as well as some of the answers from the Q&A with Rafe and Rosamund after the trailer dropped, and that kind of stuff, which I should have been far more prepared and had all of those questions saved, but I don't, because I'm trash.
I've got screenshots on my phone, if that'll help.
I'm currently posting in the JordanCon group to solicit some more questions as well, to see what we can get. So we'll have some live feedback from there as well.
Yeah. So with that, we also want to take, and if there are specific things that you guys that are watching or listening or however you're doing this that you want us to talk about, that we want to, solicit those, and,
we're here for your entertainment.
Personal...
So tell us what you want to hear us talk about.
That sounds a lot nicer than what I was going to say, because I was going to say we're going to definitely maliciously abuse your creativity for content. Your creativity for questions.
That's just more honest.
I know. I do get messages regularly from people who say, hey, I've seen people do the breakdown on this and they haven't addressed this subject.
Well, what is
I
it?
saw in the trailer, I'm just as a general example, right? I don't know of any off the top of my head. I'll have to go digging for them. But what I was going to say, though, the lead in this is your chance. If there's something that you've seen in the trailer that nobody's covered or that you feel hasn't been sufficiently covered, this is your chance to bring it out. This is your chance to say, why aren't we talking about this?
Hopper posted a question.
And
so did Morshadi first. Morshadi was first.
So for those of you who don't know, we are live on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and Facebook. So StreamYard's pretty dope. So That's why you see the different little icons down at the bottom. But more shoddy wants to know, how long do we think the next trailer will be? So this
I mean,
one's
this-
already.
I mean,
2
they
minutes and
labeled-
19.
Yeah, they labeled this a teaser trailer, which is like
Right?
crazy because it was so long and there was so much in it. I honestly,
That's what
I hope
she
we don't
said.
get anything longer. I don't hope we don't get anything
That's
longer.
what she
than-
said.
Hey-o.
Really? With that? You would think you want to get anyway.
Here's what
I don't
Yeah,
want to
go.
see more. I don't want to see more. I want to be surprised. Like
Mhm.
I hope they play up a little bit what they've already shown us, but like I want to be surprised. Like I don't want them showing us stuff in the trailer.
Mhm.
I can see that.
Though I am glad that it's mostly cut together and they're not going to suffer the issue that a lot of like shows and movies do where like they make trailers out of scenes that end up getting cut later and then
I hate that.
The biggest agreement I have or grievance I have with a movie that did that is I think it's the second Stuart Little movie. All of the promos, all the trailers had like the scene where the cat's like stuck in a paint can. It's like, this can is now a litter box, and it was like the only really funny thing that would have happened in the movie, and they cut it out of the actual movie. I was like, you cut your funniest bit out of the movie. What the fuck? Why?
Yeah, I particularly hate that because for me it's like, this is the scene I want to see. You just hyped it up on the trailer. Now I want to see what's happening there. And then you go and you watch the movie or the TV show or whatever it is, and you're like, where is it? I don't see it.
You can't build me up, Buttercup, just to let me down.
Exactly.
stuck in my head now. Thanks.
You're
For
welcome.
this one, what is it, like 2 minutes and 2 minutes and 20 seconds?
Yeah. Without I think that's with all the fluff cut out of it. Hold on. Let me open my spreadsheet that I made for the.
I think that's with like even the kind of, that's with the fluff still at the end. Like the trailer itself is only like a minute and 55.
Yeah,
to
it's about
whatever
I think it's it goes to black at a minute and 53 or a minute and 52.
Yeah,
And then you get the logo and the
Yeah.
And I just feel like a 2-minute teaser trailer, like, wow, that's potent. And the next trailer, I think they're gonna probably follow suit with what they've done in the past and kind of hit like that 4.5-5 minutes.
Yeah.
But I have to echo what you're saying, Tom. I don't want them to give us too much.
Yeah.
I
want to be surprised.
I don't want to. Yeah, I want to be able to look at the trailer and go, okay, that's Winter Night.
Yep.
But I don't want to know what's happening other than Moiraine's channeling, Lana's killing, and
some badass fighting maybe again. But like, two things specifically that I definitely don't like. I want to see for the first time on the screen, like when the show comes on, is for sure something we know is in it. Loyal. Like I want to see Loyal the Ogier in his get up and everything for the first time when he comes on on screen on the TV. Like I don't want it to be in the trailer. Then the other one is actually, oh my bad, go ahead.
No, I was saying, I was agreeing.
Oh, okay. I have a habit of you have to like beat me like if I start talking, because I have a habit of like going off on tangent when I have severe ADHD. So when I like focus on something, it's like
we don't know what that's like at the Black Tower at all.
no clue about
we
it. Not
we
at all.
never do that to each other.
We're laser focused on the topic all the time.
Let's see. So the other thing is more of like a little bit of a theory kind of that I have about the trailer, and that is specifically to do with how they depicted channeling throughout the whole trailer, like how we saw it visually in the trailer. And I think we saw channeling in the trailer from the standpoint of someone who doesn't channel. So like that is what channeling is going to look like to the viewer or to people within the show, like, characters within the show who don't channel. And the thing I really want to see is what channeling looks like to someone who can channel. Because then you can see the different weaves and the pattern that they're weaving to create the spell or weave that they're
I like
that they're making. Yeah, that's something that I hope they save for like a poignant moment, like, you know, when Egwene and Nynaeve finally are able to start seeing it, and like, you know, they see Maureen do it or something like that.
Mm.
I like that. Like the little white lines are going to be like condensation or wind or something like that.
Yeah.
That
Like it's physically the wind pulling together.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, I like that. And then to see it from the channeler's perspective, you'll see the 5 powers weaving their way around that, and I like that a lot.
Yeah. I mean, they describe it that, like, I'm 99% sure, and someone can correct us if I'm wrong, or you guys if you know.
They will.
in the books, like, non-channelers don't see anything, like, unless there's a physical manifestation of what they're doing. So like if someone is holding someone with air, it just looks like they're just standing there. You know, like you don't actually see hardened, like grayish air around somebody.
Yeah, but their clothing will be like clamped in on them. But
and you can write that like in a book when you're reading that shit. Like you can write that out in a scene, and the reader will understand what's happening. But if you do that in a visual medium, and you don't tell the viewer that that's what's happening, they'll never know. So I really feel like they're going to have to do kind of like what they did in the trailer, where you actually see wisps of blue or whatever. Like it was that generic like whitish blue color for everything that Moraine did. And I think that's because, again, you know, we were seeing it from the aspect of someone who doesn't channel. So that's what it all looked like. Even though we know the lightning should have had threads of fire in it, and the fire should have obviously had been red. So I don't think we've seen any threads of the one power yet.
Yeah.
There's
a little bit of credence to give, or a little bit of like evidence that might give credence to the idea that that's how they're going to do it, because the teaser poster, the weaves that we saw there were all multicolored of, you know, what we would expect to see from channelers from the 5 sections of the power, I guess.
Absolutely.
So now that could have also, like we've said before, could have just been done for artistic effect to make the teaser poster look more like enticing, because shiny, colorful, but I don't think it's a big enough splash of color.
Yeah. I think they put that in there on purpose. I think they put that in there on purpose to be like, and the people that know, like us, the hardcore. I think they put that in there for the hardcore fans, that know what that is, and everyone else will just be like, "Ooh, pretty colors." But
yeah. Well, and we've discussed this on the show as well, where creating a medium is unique in and of itself. If you write a book, you're going to use different metaphors, different description mechanisms, different cues, different everything than if you're creating a medium for television, or even, you know, for movies, for the silver screen. Yeah. And the problem that people are, I think, you know, when we talk about it's an adaptation, it's not a recreation. I think the problem people are having is they're expecting some sort of recreation. But if you were to take the pages of the Wheel of Time and just throw it on a screen, it would be horrible. It would be absolutely terrible, because the way you purvey the story in a book is vastly different than the way you purvey a story in a TV show. The TV show is largely a visual medium, where what I can see is what's entertaining me. A book is largely a mental medium, where what I can read and what I can picture is what's entertaining me. So it's a whole different ball of wax. Yeah,
and like you'd have a whole lot of people just like this, as they have their own inner dialogue and stuff like that. The one that I don't want to say concerned about most, but the one I'm most interested in and most kind of fearful that they're going to change, and is how Perrin senses people, because all Perrin's thing is smell, and it's all his internal monologue saying, "Oh, this person's lying to me. This person's nervous. This person's scared, or there's so much fear." Like, and he doesn't say that out loud. So how are they going to convey that to us?
Yeah,
I'm interested in seeing.
I feel like, and I'm not a TV producer, clearly. So anything I can come up with, they're going to be able to do 10 times better. But I feel like if you do if you have a couple scenes where he's not too sure, but then he's able to work a situation to their favor, and they go, "How did you know?" And he says, I don't know. I just kind of knew. And then as he grows into that and understands what it is that he's doing, he can say to, Fail or Rand or Perrin, and he can just be like, they're afraid. How do you know? It's like the nose knows. They can do things like that are subtle and simple that'll still, little reminders to the audience that, oh yeah, he's got this power. Yeah. But you're right. There's going to be interesting to see how they.
It was just in the moment to moment type thing where he's having like, a conversation with them, like in a meeting with like the Shanchin or like later in the books. Spoiler.
Yeah.
Sorry. They're a thing and Perrin's, there sometimes.
Yeah.
He can tell based on, the moment to moment smells that he's getting from those people, how they're feeling about things. So like.
Yeah. So there have been some comments and like questions. So one of them is about the wine spring inn being destroyed.
Okay.
Wine spring inn. All right, so Brother Buddha said, I have a thought that the Wine Spring Inn being destroyed is the product of an amalgamation between Winter Night and what happens in the Dancing Cartman in Four Kings. Okay.
So they might be kind of merging those scenes.
Well, and we've already I believe we've confirmed that there's no Baerlon, right? Like they basically go from the Two Rivers to
ish. I mean, they cast Min.
Mm-hmm.
So
they can meet her in Andor just as easily as they can meet her in Baerlon.
Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true.
She can always travel into Amon's field. Like it's theoretically, it's like if they're going to cut out Baerlon, they could just have her like come into Amon's field for the celebration for Beltane.
Sure.
I think it's entirely plausible that they cut out Baerlon too. Absolutely. I know, like we know for sure they cut out Camelin or Camilin or however you pronounce it. But I don't think we don't. Do we know for sure that they cut out Baerlon, or is it more just like a theory?
I think it's conjecture. I don't think we know anything concrete.
Okay. I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's the one scene in the trailer where you see Matt and Rand like running towards the camera, and then like someone comes around a corner. It looks like a woman in a white shirt and skirts comes around like a corner behind them. That could be Baerlon, or it could be Four Kings, or it could be some other town. Could be when they get chased out of Whitebridge.
There's a lot of possibilities. It's going to be exciting to see.
I still always kind of thought that could be them like random Matt running from a white cloak. So
I mean they were wearing white, so it looked like they were wearing brown skirts, but I don't remember exactly. So there's the one scene in the trailer where we see them, what looks like them leaving the Two Rivers on horseback, like it's the aerial shot and you see the people on horseback. There were,
I think I know which one you're talking about.
I might have. Oh no, I didn't send it. I can't.
Well, but I can at least. I know like there's some issues with like trying to play the trailer during videos and live streams, so I'm not going to do that just to be safe.
Okay.
But I can definitely pull up like stills from it. So
yeah,
like I know which scene you're talking about. It's this one, I believe. So let me share screen. That one. Share.
Yes. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people.
Yeah.
So that's Perrin, Matt, Rand, Egwene, Lan, and Moiraine. So no Nynaeve.
Now this one, and I don't know what our capability to zoom in is, but this could also be everybody sans Lan, and he's doing the scouting.
Doing scouting, yeah. I think someone zoomed in and said that Nynaeve wasn't there, but that also could just be my brain making stuff up. So I'm going to say that I don't know for sure. But if it is, if that's true and it is that way, then yeah. But if it isn't and Nynaeve isn't there, then she must come and meet up with them at some point. And in the books, it's Baerlon.
Okay, so I think Ryan is saying that just don't play the sound. So maybe we're safe as long as don't use the audio.
Yeah, we'll try it. Let's play, see what happens.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I
see
do
what-
have it slowed down in the play speed.
Let's
So.
Oh wait, that definitely looked like more than. Huh.
I'm gonna slow it down even more. Let's go as slow as we can.
Hey, look at this. We're nerds.
Super nerds.
So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 horses.
You could, and if
Yeah.
you look at the feet of the horses too, you could tell that there isn't one in between there. So
Yeah. So there's not one on the other side here,
yeah,
and then there's, well, I think, there's
and
3 right here. There's
Nynaeve's
3 right here. 3, 2, and 1.
yeah, and the dress that Nynaeve was wearing was like that green with the white trim, so it was easy to pick out, and I don't see it. That's the only reason. And that horse is definitely black. The one that's on the outer edge next to Moraine in the front, like closest to the screen.
Moraine.
I'm pretty sure that's Moraine, yeah, but that one I think is Lan. So
Yeah, I think the middle one, that looks a lot like Aldi
yeah.
being in the middle. So that's probably Moraine, and then Lan right there on Mandarb. Which means
Just
I wonder
so everybody
who's on the
knows,
right part.
in the chat, we're getting all your questions. We're trying to keep track of them. Keep sending them. We will definitely try and address as many as we can.
I'll start making a list too.
Yeah.
I was actually just getting ready to start saying, oh, maybe we should be taking notes.
Okay, I'll make. I got you.
Yeah, may not
Thank
be
you.
able to pop them up on the screen as we have with some of the others, depending on how far back they are. But we can definitely still talk about
That all right. So to get back to that first question, which was, do we think they're going to combine the Dancing Cartman and the Wine Spring Inn? I don't think so. I don't.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a winter night. I just think that's going to be Trollocs destroying winter night, or destroying the Wine Spring Inn during winter night. I mean, because they are rampaging. It makes sense that there's damage done.
Mhm.
I also don't think they're going to have Rand channel that early on, visually, like knowingly. They might do that little bit like they did in the books that you don't really pick up on right away. Is with the refreshing of Bella that he does to make Bella be able to run faster or longer or whatever.
Yeah, so I could see them keeping that because that's easy to keep kind of subtle.
That's. I think they're even going to try and kind of steer away from that, because to the uninitiated, those who have not read the series and they're jumping in with the TV show, which is totally cool, by the way. Don't gatekeep the TV show, please. Just enjoy the fact that we got new fans.
That's something that I've been pretty passionate about too. I've had to shut a lot of people down about that on the Jordan. I am a moderator on the Jordan Con page, so I've shut a bunch of people down with that.
Nice.
We don't stand for that nonsense.
It is nonsense. It's fully nonsense. Just enjoy the fact that we're getting more people, guys. It's cool. But I got so lost on my tangent, I forgot what I was going to say.
We have another question. The next question was from Helmiola, and it was directed at me, but I think we should all answer it, obviously. Is there something from the books that you're excited specifically to see in the TV program? Why don't you let us know first, Josh, while I keep cutting and pasting these questions?
I was about to say the first.
Try to stick within books 1 through 3 for now.
Yeah.
Later on, after our next guest joins us and everything, we'll talk and try to keep everything like books 1 through 3, the scope of season 1, as far as we know. And then later on, we'll expand it where we can talk about later implications for the next series. Right now, we're going to try to keep it books 1 through 3. So from Eye of the World to Dragon Reborn.
I am excited. When we got the first still we got was Yosha standing on, in this field, and they were doing his makeup and everything. And I'm pretty sure that was part of a traveling montage. But the second set of photos we got was very much looked like they were in the Borderlands. And Rand was standing there, and he had his bow. And Andrew, Eagle Eye Andrew over there, spotted the Heron Mark sword that was hanging out with all the rest of the weapons in the barrel there. And that's what I think I'm most excited to see in this first season, is when they meet up with actual soldiers in an actual city, and they're kind of going, whoa, okay, training with the soldiers. And, it sets up a nice platform for them to be like, oh, yeah, this is a Two Rivers bow. We're cool.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think it'd be-
gives those nuggets early on that I think are going to be really great for later on in the story.
Yeah, I hope they do like the competitions during. Yeah, like they're setting up for the competitions. They show some staff fighting and quarterstaff fighting, and bow and arrow shooting and stuff like that, and the gigantic Two Rivers bow.
Yeah. That's
it.
where I'm going. That's where I'm going.
It'll be pretty good. I like it.
I think I'm caught up.
I'm trying to think, like, is there really? I mean, the easy answer is all of it because I just want to like see everything I can.
Put it
like,
in my eyes.
Picking like one thing, like, oh, I can't wait to see Rand and Loyal tiptoeing in between Trollocs
Oh,
to reclaim the ruby hilted dagger. Like that should be like, especially after we see Winter Night on the screen and how like horror inducing the Murdrawl is. I mean, like this is straight nightmare fuel. Like, come on.
that is terrifying.
I love it.
Like,
I fucking love what they did with the Murdrawl.
Like,
I can't wait to see up close pictures of Trollocs.
It's like the worst possible glory hole ever.
Yeah. It looks like someone took a fleshlight and a sarlacc and put it together.
Oh,
no!
With a little bit of inspiration from Memorial.
Or Voldemort. Though on a more serious note, I think what they really had to do with the Murdrals and the Trollocs, they had to play up the horror element because in the books, especially with the Murdral, in the books, the Murdral's look is supposed to instill fear, so like and that's like a magical effect that they have. That's hard to do again in a visual medium. It's the same thing. It's the same problem with Perrin's abilities. You can't really depict what someone's feeling on camera. I mean, obviously, yes, they're acting, their body language, their facial features, all that stuff can be done. But you want the viewer to feel that too. You want the viewer to look at the Murdral and be like, whoa, and
be like that.
Good job. Good job.
You want the viewer to look at the Murdral and be like, no.
But the scene where Pat and Fane is nailing one of those to a door in the first book, yeah, I think that'll really set people. Or in the second book, that scene after having established how horrible the Murdral are.
Oh yeah,
and then the Trollocs just standing there and watching him do it. Like, come on.
And that also.
Fair point.
That is a fair point.
The other thing that TV shows have a problem with that books do not have a problem with is the art of gauging, different emotional responses, different visceral responses. The Trollocs are the scariest thing in the world, and then the Murdrawl are the scariest thing in the world, and the Forsaken are the scariest thing in the world. And it's like, as they escalate, as they build on those things, it's going to be difficult to start having the interplay with Padan Fane and the Forsaken, and
I think we talked
other
about
things we learn later on.
Yeah, we've talked about it before where this doesn't really spoil anything for you guys because like all the bad creatures and stuff they fight, all the shadow spawn and all, they're not like disappearing after book 3. Like it doesn't poof. It's not how fantasy works.
We won, guys.
We need the non-human scary thing.
Yeah, like with all fantasy, like the creatures that you meet that are your like enemies, your shadow spawn, whatever, at the beginning, like there's maybe kind of worrisome and terrifying at the very beginning, but then they very quickly they're no longer like terrifying. But the way that like Murdrawl and Trollocs are written, like they should still be pretty terrifying. Yeah. And seeing how they've done the Murdrawl and how terrifying they make the Murdrawl, and then we see I think it'll accurately convey how terrifying they actually are.
Yeah.
Which by extension will help convey how absolutely terrifying Padan Fane really is.
Yes. When you see him nailing a fucking Murdral to a door.
Yeah.
Everybody who's just joined, thanks so much for being here. Go ahead and make sure you hit the like button and make sure you subscribe too.
Like I want him to channel like his internal like Heath Ledger Joker. Like you're crazy.
Yeah.
I'm
Dude. And before we move to the next question, I just want to say I forgot the dude's name. My brain is mushy right now. But the actor that they got to play Patton Fane, the moment I saw him and I knew he was Patton Fane, I just immediately was scared of him. Like I'm scared of him. Like
Johan Myers.
Yeah. And you could just see the creepiness in his face. And like there's a picture on his IMDb where he looks really nice and he's like smiling with another actor. And it's just like, it looks like a nice picture, but then you think, oh, that's Patton Fane. Like, yeah. Like look, like he looks like a nice man, but then you just think in your head Patton Fane, and it's like, oh my God, there's so much horror that he can do. Like,
it's gonna be awesome to see him bring that to life because
I'm legit terrified
for sure.
There's and there's a thing as an actor too, right? Where there are characters you get to play that have like a great range of emotion. You know, you get to be very happy and you get to be very sad. But then there's acting jobs that are just so like just dream fuel, right? Like what every actor wants. And I think the part of Patton Fane is going to be one of those parts where the actor has to be so good, and he's going to be playing 4 or 5 different characters in his own head in order to do this right. And I think he's gonna do good.
So I guess I never answered
crazy, especially Hugh Napa.
I guess I never answered Hell's question. What am I most excited about seeing in the show? Honestly, I mean, Maureen has been my favorite, or if we're going by the name they're saying it, the way Rafe pronounced it in the thing he did at Comic-Con, Moiraine. I really hope that was just a fub. Like, I'll get over it if that's how they're going to say it in the show. But
that's closer to how the nerds pronounce it, because in their video about the trailer, they were like Moiraine.
Yeah, it's supposed to be Moiraine. Like that's or at least that's how RJ pronounced it. Was Moiraine, not Moiraine. I always said Moiraine, but it's Moiraine. I mean, pronunciations don't really matter to me, but hearing it over and over again in the show is going to be a little, especially if they say Moiraine. But I'll get over it. Anyway, she's always been my favorite character, and we had a little tidbit of it in the trailer where it was, oh God. No, I'm never going to get that out of my head. You ruined the Wheel of Time show for me. Ruined. You're a ruiner. Your mother and I are disappointed.
Moist rain is your only hope.
We got a little tidbit of Moiraine and Lan fighting, like a unit, like a cohesive unit in the trailer, where you see like that split second of Lan. Yeah, I think you might be ahead of it. No, there it is, right there, where he does that roll right as she blasts air over his head. She doesn't have any fear of hitting him, and he has no fear of her hitting her. Of her hitting him, and he stabs the truck. Like they work together as like a cohesive unit, and I cannot wait to see more of that.
She's probably even like propelling him.
Yeah, she might be. She might
more power on the thrust.
I can't wait to see more of that. That is what I'm most excited for.
More power to the thrust. Agreed.
She definitely gives him more power to thrust. But being a warder, I think
more power.
I mean, it does seem like it could be kind of pushing at his knee to just help him get back upright.
Yeah, and like it's not like they're communicating right there. Like she just like they've been fighting together for so long that they're like the same person. Like when they're fighting, they're like one weapon, and I can't wait to see.
Well, because it looks like the purpose for this is, it looks like it's maybe just to kind of like very
stun the Trollocs for a second.
Yeah. But I just noticed that has like a tusk. I didn't notice the tusk earlier.
Yeah, there's the scene where you see the Myrgil walking toward the screen on the horse. You could really get a good shot of the Trolloc with the tusk. I think it's minute 40.
The other fun thing is
minute 16.
That could be a kind of a kickback, a little breadcrumb to how oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so right there on the left is the Trolloc with the tusk, and they all seem to have horns or wearing a helmet maybe that looks like horns, and then immediately to the left of the Trolloc with the tusks, you get one with a beak.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited that they're doing like the mishmash for
Mhm.
Trollocs.
What animal features do you want them to have? Yes.
Yes.
Right.
What we have another guest that we're going to go ahead and bring
More
in now.
friends.
For those of you that are fans of at least TikTok and the Wheel of Time, you should definitely know this fantastic human being. Welcome to the stream, Kritter.
Yay!
Thank you.
It's Kritter.
Nice to be here.
Hi, I'm jealous of your headset.
Oh, yes, it was a gift. I'm a big fan. I do like it a lot.
That's adorable.
Thanks.
So, Kritter, for anybody that for whatever reason doesn't know, which the only way I could figure somebody doesn't know is maybe they just don't TikTok, I guess.
There's people that don't TikTok.
Yeah. So what do you do? Like what do you do? Yeah.
What do I do? Okay, so
He can't speak today. Don't
That's
be.
it.
No,
really
that's totally
can't.
fine. I run a TikTok that is largely devoted to the Wheel of Time. TikTok, if you're not familiar, it's like a little bit longer videos than oh my gosh, Vine. Yes, it's like Vine but exploded. So you can do like any length of video up to a minute, and then just recently they expanded to 3 minutes, but whatever. And so a lot of the things that I do on TikTok are like Wheel of Time memes, like silly deep cuts to all the TikTok trends that go around. I do some show speculation for sure. I talk about other fantasy books, and then I talk about just like book theory for the Wheel of Time. It's really fun. The app is hilarious. You should get on because I'm having a good time with it.
I've lost many an hour to TikToks.
Yes. Oh my gosh, me too. It is such an addiction, but
Yeah.
I guess that I turned that into an account.
I watched your live for a little while today, or was it yesterday? I think it was today, right?
Yesterday.
Did you go live today?
Yesterday.
I hope
Yes.
not.
It was
If I did today, it was an
yesterday.
accident.
Every day blends together. There's
Yeah.
no days anymore. There's no days of the week or hours. It's just one long. It's been 2 years of nothing.
Yeah.
Well, there's someone. So I guess you could. The last
I'm a little
question we
biased,
got.
but the live yesterday was especially fantastic. You know?
Incredibly fantastic. Yes.
The last question we got was, what's something that we're Helmiola asked, what is something specifically that we're most excited to see depicted on the TV? You know,
And
in a
we're,
visual
right now
medium.
we're sticking with books 1 through 3, the scope that we're expecting for
Yeah,
season 1.
season 1.
Okay.
Later
Well,
on, we'll go like full series. We'll just throw off the censor bar and just let it all hang out.
Okay. I actually did a TikTok about this not long ago because somebody asked. One of my favorite things from book 1 that I hope we still get, and I think based on the trailer, we have a hint that it will happen, is the relationship between Rand and Matt, specifically whenever they're on the road to Camelin, even though I'm not sure they're going to get to Camelin. Wherever they're headed together, just those two. I love that you can see how much they care about each other. Like at one point, like Rand is really struggling and like Matt's there for him and just like clearing the way and like making things happen. And then, something happens to Matt. I guess are we spoiling book 1?
Yeah.
Okay,
2
so
and
like
3.
Matt
Full spoilers, book 1 through 3.
Great.
Right
So
now.
like Matt has the like eye issue after the lightning strike, and he can't see, and Rand is like comforting him and telling him that he'll never leave him. So I'm a sucker for character driven stories. So it's not as much the like channeling of the one power, which is gonna be amazing.
Yeah.
But I'm most looking forward to seeing like the people and how they relate together, and those two really touched me in the first book, so I hope that happens.
The 2 best friends that anyone could have.
Yeah, it's like it's such a sweet story.
Anyone could have.
Yes, you got it. I'm so used to my like stuff not being mirrored, so I don't know where I'm pointing.
The
Not that it matters. Anyway,
that's one of the things that make this story so amazing, though, right? Is these people are.
you didn't see it, Clay, in the trailer.
well, they're covered. They're not actually naked. They're alluding to them having been naked just moments earlier.
There's a suggestion that they might have been naked.
So
That was an idea.
I said this a couple of times, but I'd like to hear your guys' thoughts on it, and if people want to sound off in the comments. I definitely think there's going to be a lot more sex and sexualization
And rock and roll.
than we had in the books. That's just my feeling. I think that's probably 75% the reason they aged up the characters.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. And that's a lot of people for some reason was saying that was Faldara for some reason, but it's very obviously the Weinspring Inn.
Yeah.
I think somebody looked at me and they're like, this is her, like, this is their expression before, like, the deed. And she's all smiley. This is after, like 3 seconds later.
Well, and another poignant thing. Hold on, let me go to my spreadsheet. What time is that? It's 1:08. So when this came up on the screen, we had Thom narrating the like he was speaking and narrating the thing. When this popped up, he was saying the heartbreak.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there you go. Yep. So I think that's poignant. I don't think they just superimposed the audio over this for no reason. I'm pretty sure it was every bit of it was poignant.
Yeah, because to your point of having more of adult relationships and adult interactions, that I think that's a natural progression, given that we know that they're not teenagers, they're adults. And Rand and Egwene had a semi-romantic relationship. Both of them are even if we stay here, we're going to get married. So I feel like this type of scene right here is just not completely outside of the boundaries of any type of realistic progression of the story.
And they never really play in the world of the Wheel of Time. They never play up sex being bad or not being able to have sex prior to marriage or anything like that. So there's none of that.
Egwene's a bit of a prude.
She is a little bit.
That's why I was so shocked when I saw this. But I have another theory. I don't think this is actually real life. So. You
think it's one of her visions?
I think it's an accepted test. I think we're gonna get her accepted test. So because in the accepted test there is a scenario where she's married to Rand and has to leave him. So you've got the perfect her, the Weinspring Inn. Let's assume she took over the inn and they're married and she's gonna have to leave him.
There's something there because I don't see a ring on her finger, and if Daddy knew that his daughter was in the common room,
I'm just saying, this is
and you know what? That gives meaning to the scene, to Nynaeve throwing her off the cliff and coming out of the pool. That could all be the accepted test.
Yep.
That's a great theory.
What are you doing? Just fucking yeet.
Yeah. Don't worry. This is prior to you saying that, I thought it was something to do with like a ceremonial thing for becoming a wisdom.
Yeah. See, that's what I think.
What are you doing?
But that still doesn't make any sense. How does this become what is that? What does this have to do with being a wisdom? Throw you off a cliff into a raging river.
It teaches you to be smart enough to not stand next to a cliff with somebody right behind you.
I feel like, one of the things we learn in the Wheel of Time as we read the books, and I got the sun coming over and it's here in a minute my face is going to be. One of the things we learn is that there's all kinds of different cultures who have all kinds of different ritual and all kinds of different ceremony. And we even get in the narration, Moiraine is saying, hey, it's called many, many things all over the world, but it's just one power. Mm-hmm. And the women who can touch it, whatever, we run the world. We run this mother. I think this is something that Nynaeve is doing to Egwene to test her for wisdom, for village wisdom. And when Egwene is talking to Moiraine and Moiraine is like, hey, you can touch the power, I think Egwene is like, no. This is what we do to become a wisdom. That's not Aes Sedai. It's not that cool. And so I feel like there's going to be, but I do think she touches the one power and has a vision of some type, but it'll be interesting to see. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I like the accepted test theory.
Yeah. To answer, I think Adalorna's question, yes, in this scene, her hair is braided.
Yeah, you can see
because it's pointed out whenever we see the pool scene later, where with the multicolored tie-dye hippie pool.
Well, she's older. She got her hair braided when she was 15 or 16. So but they're like 19 or 20.
It's all unbraided. Yeah.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah. She would have had her hair braided for years at this point.
What were you
Yeah.
saying, Critter? Were you saying something?
Well, I guess I don't know if I was saying something, but I've also heard some people, whenever I brought up the accepted test thing, say that the Nynaeve pushing her off the cliff was maybe like a wisdom thing or whatever. But then
She failed her wisdom saving throw.
But then, right, exactly. But then the pool thing could be separate because there's like people that, people have pointed out there's people standing behind her in the pool. We've got the color imagery.
That's true.
There's just, they could be two different things. One thing in the Two Rivers and one thing later on.
I
who
do
knows?
like that.
There's a lot of Egwene in the water for sure.
Yeah,
But I mean,
there's actually. Let me see if I could find it in my spreadsheet. There's a scene later in the.
This is one of the things I love so much about this is because Egwene is there's all kinds of depth in her character. I almost said something that I don't think I was supposed to say. I caught myself. There's all kinds of depth to her character that you can take this a million different ways.
Absolutely. All right, go to 30 seconds. So it happens at like 32 or 33. If you just press play.
Yeah, the power inside you.
The next scene is the river with Egwene, and then you could see her right there. And then in about a second, she's gonna look like she gets yanked under the water.
Honk.
Like it looks less like it looks less like she went under and more like it looked like she was forcefully pulled under the water.
Huh.
To me.
Yeah, it's because there is a lot of like, what do you call it? Like, it's not rapids, but like
white water.
Yeah,
there's a splash.
I honestly love the imagery here because it's for
Beautiful.
channeling. Well, it's gorgeous. And, you can see her struggling. Maybe she gets pulled under. Maybe the water pulls her under, whatever. And then later on, you see her just like floating on her back, like incredibly serene, as if she surrendered, like they have to whenever they're channeling. It's just like, it's just so good. Like, I feel like they really did their homework for the trailer.
This could be a visual metaphor for her learning to touch.
Yeah. I mean, they usually describe the rushing, raging river with male channeling, but I mean, that could just be.
Yeah.
I mean, they do the river staying within the banks, though, that's true. As the female channeling thing.
That's true. So. Staying within the banks, yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. It's cool. I love to speculate.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
I'm so
excited for that. So what was the next? Let's go back to my list of questions.
We're melting in between Tom's spreadsheet of all of the things you need to know about the trailer. And just all the questions.
What did I do? Luke said, this was just a funny thing that he said earlier. He was like, "Are you proposing all the main characters communicate?" Yeah, that would make the books like three books long. If they all spoke to each other, and like we're honest with each other, the series would be like 3 or 4 books long.
And that would be mostly dress descriptions.
I don't know how I feel. Okay, here you go. Kelly asked, how do you think that they're going to go about with the way Loyal looks? So how do you think they're going to depict the Ogier?
Are we talking practical or CGI, or are we talking
just how are they going to look on screen? I think. Now this scene, I think we see Loyal actually, right there. Yep, right there.
Okay.
Pretty sure that's Loyal.
Yeah, I think so too.
I mean, he's the only one that's standing there and isn't direct. Well, hold on.
Not Adib, it's not Lan.
That is a horse.
He's on a horse, yeah.
But I mean, he does ride a horse occasionally, but it's
yeah.
Like that's Lan on the left.
They're about the same height. Because this is Moraine, right?
Yeah. So we got in the foreground, we got Matt, Rand. Either
probably Nynaeve
or Egwene. Oh, and then Lan. So Lan's there. So the other one is Matt. Then on the far back left is Matt.
So I'm going to say it's probably Nynaeve.
It could be Perrin. Yeah. So it's Matt or Perrin is one of those two.
Yeah.
They both like they have very similar like shaggy hair shape. Different hair, but it's similar in shape.
Especially from behind.
as far as how the Ogier are going to look, I think they're going to do their best to make them different from humans. I don't know if we're going to get a 1-for-1 change up. Oh yeah, that definitely looks like his head's all big.
He's
He's got a
big.
big old head.
He's a big dude too. Just like
Look
Yeah,
at,
yeah.
you
how
can
mad
see
is
the
it?
head, so you can
Big
see the
dude.
head comparison.
Yeah.
Look at the head.
Like,
Oh, yeah.
look at him. He's so
That's-
big.
That's
It's like twice
either
the
an
size.
afro or a very large head.
I hope that
he-
isn't just a normal human. Oh my god, like we're actually just like, wow, look
Oh,
at that
I'm
guy's
just
head.
ragging on some poor dude's head.
They could be
Nah,
closer. They
nah.
could be closer to the camera, so there's always that.
Yeah.
I
They
think
did-
it'll be largely practical effects, though. They seem
Mm-hmm.
to be doing a pretty good job with practical effects.
Yeah. I mean, they
I
said
know-
they want to stick with them. So
yeah,
Mhm.
Rafe said that CGI and those kinds of effects is very expensive, and they wanted to spend money where it would make a better story. So I think if they can do practical effects, I think this is going to be one of those productions where they will use both practical and CGI, but that they will lean towards using practical when they can
As long
to
as it
save
doesn't
money
look,
for weaving.
as long as it doesn't look like what is that? What is that? Alita's Way. See the anime that they adapted into like a live action movie.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
And the girl, like, she had like these very like animated, really big, like teacup sized.
Oh yeah. Battle Angel.
oh yeah,
Oh,
Battle
Battle
Angel,
Angel.
Alito Battle Angel.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that one.
it's a great movie.
Alita's Way is a band, not a movie.
I feel like they can do practical effects pretty easily with as far as his size. If you can make Tom Cruise look like he's the same height as normal people, then you can make Loyal look big. Also, I guess when it comes to like his ears and stuff, I didn't really think about the bigger eyes, but I was kind of pictured like the Tumnus from Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe, those
Oh,
movies
Mr.
where they
Tumnus.
kind of like gave him some hair, and I think his ears are different, but it was all very like minimal, but it did change him to a fawn or whatever he was supposed to
Let's
be.
see.
So I'm hoping we get something like that, where it's just little subtle changes to the ears, and he's got like funny mustaches, and he looks massive just based on camera angles and whatnot.
I mean, he's a big dude himself, but like,
Yeah.
they play it up with the camera angles.
So you see what I mean? Like those ears are not CGI'd, and obviously
Yeah.
Loyals are probably going to be different in some way.
Higher.
Right, higher up, but those
I
look
just
fine,
hope-
fine to me.
I hope they steer clear of the D20 depiction from the cover of the D20 book from the early 90s. I don't know if you remember.
So this is Ariel Burgess's rendition of Loyal.
That kind of looks like Tumnus.
Yeah, you're not lying.
Too far.
Mr.
You're not lying.
Tumnus
He's
is-
even got the little curl in the front
Yeah.
that he's got.
Mr.
that's
Tumnus
nice.
escaped the witch and found steroids and got jacked.
Absolutely yoked.
Yoked out of his gourd, bro.
He's lifting all them heavy ass books, man.
Yeah,
That's right.
there you go.
You do.
If you want to be smart, you got to be strong.
That's right.
Uh,
Can't be too hasty.
but yeah, no, I think they're gonna keep with more humanoid looking and just like you said, Kritter, just light changes here and there. Maybe he's got
Yeah.
the ears, and he'll probably have hair, like he's gonna be more hair because they're covered in fur, aren't they? Like they're furry.
Serious.
Not totally. They don't have like. It's not like a werewolf, but yeah, I mean, I think they're hairier than a human.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and to be honest, the story point where people, ignorant people who had not seen Ogier, they go, "Oh, Trolloc," I mean,
Yeah.
that's such a minor story point. I think if they just don't, it'll be fine.
No, it's funny. We've been incredibly impolite according to Ogier customs. I forgot all about the fact that so Ogier ears are like a secondary erogenous zone for them. So it's impolite to talk about them.
Oh man, you're so
I
right.
forgot
I feel
about
so
that.
bad.
Nice ears.
I hope
bro.
Hamid could forgive us if he ever sees this.
I mean, I guess if no one had seen a Trolloc and you saw somebody who was bigger than the average person and had weird ears,
Yeah.
you might even miss. Like, what does a Trolloc even look like? Like,
And they-
would it
and they-
still happen?
True.
What makes it even
They
funnier
could-
now is every time Rand or somebody comments on Loyal's ears twitching, it's tantamount to being like, I can tell he's thinking and upset
can
because
see
he's
your-
got the old dick twitch going on.
Yeah,
like,
or like, dude, I can see your camel toe every time they mention his
yeah,
name.
like
If they leave in the whole like it's a Trolloc when Loyal comes into town, I feel like they can use that as a analogy for like racism and stuff, and they would be it would be a way to address that within the show, because there isn't really racism generally in the Wheel of Time. It's more like, I hate you because you can channel, or I guess with the Aiel, most people just don't like the Aiel, and they call them black veiled Aiel, and being and that's like that's like a
based.
Yeah, well,
you
yeah,
don't really have people that are like racist. You have like culturists.
Yeah,
yeah,
like they hate
bias.
the Tinkers too,
yeah, Tinkers too, yeah.
Um,
Nationalism is a good word for it.
You darn tinkers with tinkering with your pots.
Well, they're like
I
the
love
Romani
how-
people, so that's
Yeah.
and there's a lot of bigotry surrounding them too. So.
Oh yeah.
I love how Robert Jordan paints the picture of, oh, you're angry as a black veiled Aiel. Yeah, these people have never seen an Aiel. They have, most of them haven't.
Yeah.
But it's so subtle, and it's so like just a part of everyday speech that why would anybody think to question the saying black veiled Aiel? That's just what they are, man. They're going to come kill you in your sleep. That's what they do. And it's like, that's actually not who they are. They're a very proud people. They have a very rich culture. And I love how subtle he is with the, ignorance of a culture, creating a bias to that culture, and the challenges that those two people have coming together, trying to overcome a bias that they were raised with that they didn't necessarily know they had. It's really good.
He shatters that bias like in the characters, and the reader gets to experience it through the characters.
Yeah.
Like Karen and Matt and Rand
Perfect.
and Egwene, when they meet them, like they're like, oh,
It's so good. It's so good. I love it.
So that was Luke's question about Loyal. We ended up we got a little off top. We went a little on a tangent there. Kelly, my bad.
You're awesome.
And I deleted it already. So the next one was, how do we feel about the TV rating, the rating at TV 14?
Yes.
No. Well,
fine.
It depends on like how long that rating sticks there. Like how long are they saying? Like how much of it are they saying is TV 14?
Like is maybe just the first season TV 14, and then
because if we get to a certain place where things are done well, if you catch my why did I almost say my intuition? My insinuation there of things being done very well, and it's still TV 14, I'm going to be pissed.
Well, and remember too, a lot.
Like it should be like TV ending.
So,
like it's so gruesome, we can't even give it a rating.
Ratings are so
just
arbitrary.
watch at your own risk.
And when you talk about Lan doing a cool somersault and cutting a Trolloc in half, people on the censor board will be like, oh god, that's violent, we need to rate this higher because it's violent. And it's like, it's fantasy violence, like but it still counts.
The sad thing is they generally rate violence lower and sex worse in movies.
So that's what I'm saying. I think that the TV 14 rating is going to come from a majority is going to come from the violence that we're going to see.
I couldn't find a definition for TV 14. I was looking to see if there's like a definition, like a criteria. But
I feel like I saw something on Twitter about like in another country, it was like a higher age. That might just be rumor. I don't know, but I wonder if it is different and depending on the country. Like if America,
we do have Headski in the chat has said that it could change episode to episode. Also in Australia, it is TV 16.
Ooh.
There you go.
So TV 14 is parents strongly cautioned in the U.S. Program contains some material that many parents would find unsuitable for children under 14 years of age. Parents are strongly urged to exercise greater care in monitoring the program, blah, blah, blah. So the program may contain one or more of the following: intensely suggestive dialogue, strong or coarse language, intense sexual situations, or intense violence.
Situations.
Yeah.
So
That's
like
different
sexual
than
situations, but the thing is like intense violence because TVPG is moderate violence. So this is gonna like TV 14 is going to include things that are like the rating system is going to consider intense violence.
Well, Trollocs are intensely violent.
Well, and that's where I think that we're going to get most of this rating from, because you're going to have Trollocs eating people. I don't believe for one second that we're not going to get to see an Aes Sedai explode a Trolloc from the inside out. Like, that's going to be cool.
Yeah. So I really feel like that goes along with what I said, is because in the US they rate as a higher rating, like, you know, the worse the rating, or however you want to say that, is usually geared towards sex. And they tend to give things even that are more violent lower ratings, and that goes along right with that, with it being different in the other countries.
Mhm.
So there's probably not, you know, full frontal nudity in this first season, or, you know, actual sex act, but it's mostly like that description said, like an allusion to, or, you know,
intense sexual situations, which to me sounds like one level like below like late night Cinemax softcore. Like it's like one level below.
Yeah.
For you anime fans, it's like Ichi.
But back to the question, I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
I'm glad. Like, I don't really like. The only rating I'd be upset with is if it was G.
Yeah.
Like they don't. It doesn't need to be grossly violent or obscenely sexual for me to enjoy it. So like it's more like you said, Kritter. It's more the character interactions that really attracted me to the Wheel of Time, and how they speak to each other and how they treat each other, the dialogue, the way the relationships grow and change throughout the entire series are like, you don't need a rating for that. So I'm more interested in that.
Agreed. As I choke to death.
Yeah. I dig it.
But
that was a good question.
As far as like, if you have questions about like who determines the rating, generally it's going to be the broadcast studio that's broadcasting that's going to give the rating. And considering that Amazon has shows like Invincible and The Boys, where you do get full frontal nudity and very intense sexual situations, all this, I think they're pretty adept at this point of accurately rating their shows for to be like a fair caution of what you can expect.
And something that I'm incredibly happy that film companies, TV shows, movies, and stuff started doing, and that we know they did in this show, is they hire, I forgot the exact title of it, but it's like sexual something, like safety consultant or something like that, so that they make sure that they're depicting sex in a way that's healthy and non. I forgot the way it's described, but it's
intimacy
like,
coordinator.
Intimacy coordinator. That's what it is. And it's like their job is to make sure that first of all,
one of those in my life.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, what?
Their job is first of all to make sure that the actors are comfortable in the scenes, which is very important, and then to make sure that their depictions are depicted in a way that is healthy and non-triggering in whatever way possible, or is done correctly. So it's not, you know, I don't want to say unrealistic, but, you know, it's less, you know, like a 75-year-old, you know, white boomer created all the sex scenes, which is, you know, what we got in a lot of.
Well, they have Yarit Dor is the intimacy coordinator for at least the first 4 episodes.
Yeah, so I'm glad that they have that in this show, and in just general that television started having a person of that position in these spots.
It looks like on Amazon, The Expanse is also PG-14 or TV-14 or whatever.
Oh,
so
and
The Expanse has a lot of sexual content in it. So that's, you know, I don't think it's going to be for kids.
No,
and I
it's
think
not for
that's
kids,
fine.
for sure.
And I think that's just fine.
I mean, it's not a YA book.
Exactly.
It's an adult fantasy book. There's a couple of questions that we got in here, so I'm going to put a bunch of them together, and it's all to do with Thom. When do we think he's going to come in? What do we think his role is going to be? Changes from the book to the show, other than what we know already. there was like 4 or 5 questions about Thom, so I figured we could do them all at once.
That sounds good. We'll
You know,
tackle Thom all at once.
I feel like a lot of people. Hey, I feel like a lot of people are basing this on, you know, on the IMDb where it says, "Oh, these people are in for 1 episode," and I see that and I hear that and I'm like, okay, yeah, that says for 1 episode, but there still could be some obfuscation there, and there could be, yeah, they're only interacting with people for 1 episode, but if they're, you know, in the background or doing something, they might still be in another episode, just not listed. Or IMDb hasn't received all the details of the depth of this character and what that character is doing. So just because it says 1 episode on IMDb doesn't necessarily mean that that's written in stone. So just keep that in mind. As far as Thom goes, go ahead.
No, I was going to say they also don't even have all the names of the episodes. So
yeah.
I mean, it might have just been them putting in like, okay, he's been cast. They're casting for season 1, so we can safely say you will see this individual in at least 1 episode.
Yes, it's a placeholder.
You're a placeholder.
So,
I also think it makes sense to have him like at Eamon's Field because there's a festival going on. Granted, I mean they could meet him in Bear Lawn because there's an inn there, but if he's gonna be like the Gleeman, if he's gonna be a Gleeman traveling around, it makes the most sense for him to show up for a big festival, but maybe not. Who knows?
What is the show like? Is that the Road to El Dorado with what's his face that strums the guitar? Like I just want like hold on, I'm gonna open
Julio.
Yeah.
Open the new window.
Oh God.
So this
I love
this is what I want from Thom during winter night. Just everybody else is fighting and Thom is just
furiously playing.
I cast bardic inspiration.
Yes. He will viciously mock the Trollocs and their heads will explode.
There you go. I love it.
I like it.
I'm in. I think we're going to see him early on.
Something like this. You're a bitch.
That's great.
No, I think we're going to see him pretty early on still, you know. Oh, look at that.
There you go. I mean, again, doesn't necessarily mean he's in it, but absolutely could be.
That's true.
That.
Maybe they will just run across him in an inn somewhere. That's always possible.
Kind of like him being in the. You know what? His presence there also really kind of shows the rural Emmons Field is, because it's like they're so excited about some dude coming to tell stories and like, you know, light fireworks, and like they're so excited about it, like it's the best thing that's happened in 10 years. And
it's very Tolkien-esque.
Well, it's a good way to show how disconnected they are, especially after they go out and you see all the shit that's going on.
And I also love, you know, as we learn that Thom is a real badass, I'd like to see some breadcrumbs that allude to that. That's one of those like, we know because we've read the books.
Well,
that
and
other
Moiraine
people
knows who he is.
May not, and they might not pick that up because they haven't read the books yet. And then when they watch it again, when you do a rewatch, because we all are going to do a rewatch, let's be honest. Then you can go, I see it now. And these are the gems that I hope that we get in the story.
I guess.
No, you go first. I've been talking all night.
I was just gonna say, at least we can still get their like starry-eyed small town stuff from the fact that, you know, there's Lana Moraine there and the peddler, because, you know, they were really excited about all of it. It was literally like the peddler's in town, and there's like a lady, you know what I mean, and she's got a big guy with her, so they're all like really excited about everything that's going on. And I think they could probably still manage to convey that even if Tom's not there, even though I love the vibes with Thom there.
That's true. As another change that I think they're going to do to Thom is I do not think they're going to do Thom and Moiraine like as a couple.
I hope not. Gosh, I hated that. Honestly, it's so out of the blue. It's so out of the blue. I'm not into that. Yes.
We gonna have to talk. All right.
Sorry, I'm not.
We have to talk.
I did have a friend.
It's out of the blue. I get it, because she's Blue Aja.
I'm mad I didn't catch on to that.
I'll see myself out.
I
No,
do
no,
have
no,
a friend who
stay.
messaged me when he got to that part in the book, and he was like, "Dude, what the fuck?" And I was like,
Yeah. Honestly, I think Moraine and Suan are going to be a thing.
I hope so. That's what I was
Yeah.
cheering for. That's
Yeah, me too.
I'm team moron. I'm team Soiree.
Soiree. Oh, that's a great name. Soiree. That's that's fantastic.
Yes. Oh, I guess.
Soiree.
Shoot, I guess we're getting into spoilers, aren't we?
Yeah, a little bit. Sorry. Like literally after we made the joke, I was like,
I didn't even
Whoops.
think about that either.
Yeah,
Ugh.
I'm bad at that.
Welcome
Fine.
to the Black Tower, where the taint causes us to say things.
Is that the new
wait,
the
we
Black
have a
Tower
spoiler.
name for ADHD, the taint? Because that's a good
That's
one.
it.
I like it.
The taint.
we have a
gets us.
spoiler warning for this. Which one is it?
The taint comes for us all.
Yeah, it's that one. Okay. But it doesn't work because I don't know if Josh. No, you
That's
just
my
watched
bad.
it
I
first,
brought it
didn't
up.
you, Josh?
I'll take full blame for that. I brought it up. It's my
Oh.
fault.
Well,
Three
I
lashings.
was just gonna blame Josh. It's like half of what I
Blame
do
me.
at the podcast is just blame
It's
Josh.
true. And
Jeez.
half the
Gosh.
time he's right.
So, all right, we'll glaze over that and move on. Unless
We're-
someone wants to
we're-
say something about Tom. Anything else?
For like
Anybody else
maybe
about
the
Thom?
next 10 minutes, we're trying to avoid spoilers after book 3. So we'll say like in 10 minutes, we're gonna go full spoiler. So just gird your loins, folks.
Gird your loins.
Gird them well.
Good.
All right, so
Oh
the next
my
one,
gird.
head ski. It was less a question and more a comment. They said the ways. I can't wait to see them. So I thought that would be a fun thing to chat about for a sec.
I can't wait to be able to take a picture of it and just put on it. This is the way.
This is the ways.
This is the ways.
I've got memes on the brain now.
Well, I don't blame you.
I don't know. I can't imagine why.
Well, can you toss the is
coin to
the
the Witcher.
do you have the movie, the poster with her standing at the Waygate,
I can.
or
Let me
even
just-
just that one image from them in the field?
I can pull it up. I just got to get it loaded into StreamYard.
So I'll ask a question to you three and see what you guys think. How do you think the Waygate is going to function sans a door?
I always after they opened the door, I always pictured it being
Get
a lot like like the Stargate. Have you seen Stargate?
Yeah.
Where
Yeah.
it kind of like ripples or whatever. So I'm thinking they're gonna activate it, I assume, and then I'm hoping for some kind of like ripple effect like Stargate, because it's described kind of as like a mirror, right?
Yeah.
And so maybe not rippling, but like at least at the very least some kind of mirror thing. Although that would require CGI, and I know they're trying to avoid that when possible. So
I'm so specifically though, how do you think they're going to activate it? Because they don't have a door to take the leaf off and all that jazz.
I think it's going to look like, so in the picture right there, right? It's Moraine standing there, and it looks like it's just two little tower things, and she's standing there, and it's just a thing out in the middle of a field. I think it's going to be similar to one of those, like they reach in, they grab something, and you can't see it until you pull it out, and it's going to be the leaf, and then you're going to get like a door kind of going.
Ooh.
You see that where it looks like it's kind of like disintegrating a little bit, like
Oh,
And you can see like this is all of this right here. This is all like where they overlaid the weave texture.
yeah. It's very interesting.
so maybe those two towers are actually closed, and when she activates them, they kind of like
Yeah, maybe.
open
I
them
don't
up.
think they
I don't
stay
know.
open because like at this point, like if it wasn't for this section up here, right here, you could almost think that like you're seeing. Well, I guess in all this over here, which doesn't really matter with the dark clouds. Like it would almost look like you could almost think that like this is the beginning of the ways opening, but it's not. Sorry.
Yeah. So if the Waygate, my thing here is, so in the books this is in book 1, so we're not spoiling anything past that. I'm conscious about it because I feel bad. the way they open it is there's a door, a physical door that is closed, and then and it's all covered in vines and stuff like that because the Ogier helped build them. And you take a leaf off of the door, and then the door opens, physically opens, like swings open. So the fact that there isn't a physical door on the Waygate raises a few questions. And let me think if I can raise them right now. And they're not spoilers. Well, okay. So one of them is if they're opening the Waygate without the leaf, the only other way to trigger it, I would think, is channeling.
Or like Loyal or another Ogier could sing to it.
Singing. Yeah. Okay.
Or like the Bella or whatever. The password.
Melon.
Melon.
If you zoom in enough, there are like little engravings all over it. So like you can see like the face of an individual right here and kind of like a bit of the body. And that's not on the physical object. It might be kind of hard to see because super grainy, but you can see like an eye, a nose, a mouth, looks like an angry expression.
Could be.
And like
we do know the Trollocs carve into those a lot too.
Yeah. I
mean that's fair.
But that does look like an image, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
My only question is if it is channeling, then how would it be Moiraine channeling, because it was the Waygates were made by men and Ogier? I mean, I guess some women could have helped, but in the book canon, that isn't what happened.
Well, even if it was made with Saidin and Ogier, maybe you can.
There could be a trigger,
like touch it with the flow of spirit. They both channel the same flows, even if it's from a different source.
It just makes getting into the ways in all of the other scenes that we can't talk about right now that much more difficult, and then also having to make sure the doors don't open later in the series.
That's right.
It makes that harder.
Like, so if you can only open it with channeling, then it removes the majority of that as a concern. But it also you
couldn't open it with channeling in the books, and there was a way to lock it from one side or the other. So the fact that they can't do that,
unless it's working like a different way, like because there is the idea, where Shadi brought it up, there is the idea that maybe they're combining portal stones and waygates. Mm-hmm. That maybe channeling into it has the effect like portal stones, but that there's like a physical kind of
dangerous. That's dangerous.
I mean, I like it to an extent. Like if you have to merge things, I like that would be something that they merge rather than like something else.
I guess the portal stone worlds aren't super important. They can tell you the story that the portal stone worlds that their foyers into the portal stone worlds give you in other ways, so they don't need them.
Yeah, I mean, it could still work the same way. They could just be two different functions. It's a gate that you can walk through, and it's the same way. Or if you like channel near it, maybe it can teleport you to a mirror world.
They could be like, the Aes Sedai studied portal stones in the Age of Legends, so those Aes Sedai are the ones that made the Waygates, and they made them function similarly.
You know who would know? Uganda Knuckles would know. This is the way.
Do you know the way?
Follow me. I know the way.
Too many memes. We're getting too deep in the memes.
I don't want that at all. I don't like that. I don't want the ways and the portal stones to be combined. I don't want.
Well, I hope you don't combine them, but if they make them function similarly, then I'm okay.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking like whenever I read like combine them, you still have the independent functions of each, but like the physical structures together. Yeah. So channeling into it activates it like a portal stone. But there's also like a physical like key that you could use that would then activate it like the ways. So it's almost like a Terran Grial, to where there's something where people that can't channel can still use it to travel, but not really travel, but go from place to place using the ways. But people that can channel might have a faster method of using it.
Maybe there's like a leaf in the wall that Moiraine is staring at right now. She just pulls it out.
That's what she's staring at right here.
Why would she be staring? Why would she be standing there staring?
She's not looking over her shoulder. She's looking at a leaf.
Yeah.
That's what
The only thing-
in this shot that is definitely from the TV series and not just
And not just a
Absolutely.
promotional picture that they
absolutely
made.
happened.
Yeah. The only thing that I would really dislike about the main reason I would really dislike about them actually putting the two items together, the Waygates and the Portal Stones, is it takes away from that the story of the Portal Stones, where it's like the Portal Stones were a remnant of a civilization that was even older than the Age of Legends. Like they studied them in the Age of Legends. Like they didn't even know what they did in the Age of Legends. And when Lanfear finds out like that they, or when some of the other Forsaken find out that they used the Portal Stone, and when Moiraine finds out and Varen finds out, they're so first terrified. Varen is like, "Ooh, can I come?" But like,
Right.
Yeah, me too. I'm like super, you know what? I amend my prior statement. I cannot wait to see Varen.
Yeah.
Cannot wait to see Varen.
It's gonna be awesome.
It just takes away that bit about the Portal Stones, and that really it was really poignant because especially when they play up the Age of Legends so much, and then they cut to like, oh man, the people in the Age of Legends didn't even know what this crap was. Like that's crazy. I don't know.
It's world building, and we love the world building in the Wheel of Time.
I mean, it's unnecessary, but I really like it, so that means it's important.
It's great. It is
because I'm terrible.
Well, and the other thing too, to keep a look at this, the Waygates were always in groves, right? Or in
just outside.
Just outside of
this one's out in a field in the middle of what appears to be nowhere.
That's true. It's not in the basement of a shop, which is the one they go in Camelin.
It's not in the traditional setting that the Waygates are.
Yeah, I mean we know there are abandoned settings, so
you mentioned something about them cutting Camelin.
Yeah, I definitely 100% think that they cut Camelin.
This could be since we have this looks like two distinct groups, right? We have Moiraine, probably Loyal, and somebody else.
Egwene. Why not?
Right? No, not her. In the background.
No, that's Nynaeve.
I'm thinking that's Nynaeve.
In the foreground is Nynaeve. Yeah.
Okay.
You could. Her dress is the.
It's the same.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. But I don't know who this would be in the background because
you know what? It would make sense for.
This is Perrin, and we've.
Yeah, I was gonna. Well, no, Perrin. Yeah. Perrin should be with Egwene, which means if Egwene is with Moiraine, then it would be Perrin and Egwene.
Oh, that's a good.
But what if this is how they bring the group back together in Fall Dara? That they've traveled through to Fall Dara, and this is coming out above or near Fall Dara. I don't know if that works.
What do you mean coming back together? They were all together in the waves.
Yeah, but what if? So if they cut Camelin, which is where the entire group came back together in the first place, if we're not getting that in season 1, what if it's different adventures that they're going on? Because we know that. Or it looks like from the trailer that Nynaeve is embroiled with whatever this army versus army thing with Logain is going to be.
Yeah.
So what
the
if
Dragonsworn,
yeah, and because we haven't seen a casting for Elaine and Gawain and Galad, which one out of the 3 of those they don't ever have to cast, in my opinion. I'm fine with that.
Amen.
I hope they kind of combine them. I hope they combine Galad and Gawain.
Use CGI, make Sean Bean look younger, and bring him in just to play one scene. Have him play Gawain dying if that happens in the series. If that's something that happens in the books in the series, I'm leaving it open because I'm not spoiling anything whether he does or doesn't survive. But just have him come in and just play Gawain dying regardless. Be perfect.
There you go.
Which would still be a better story than what we have so far.
I tend to agree. I think combining Galad and Gawain would be a good call because I really like the end of no spoilers. I like the end of Galad's story a lot, and Gawain seemed a lot more likable earlier on in the series before he started doing his thing. Yeah, I mean at the very the first time we meet him, he's passable.
So now we're going to make him extra pretty, have a righteousness complex, and be ineffective.
Or we get rid of the ineffectiveness.
Okay,
we trend towards Galad as far as personality, looks,
we got to do
overall
a Punnett square
demeanor.
for this.
Yeah, no, that's I mainly just we can get rid of Gawain and have it a lot. But then like have some things from Gawain's storyline still happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, in an unrelated note, a gateway just opened, and one of the Mahales has returned from their travels.
Snap.
Woohoo!
Daniel has made it.
It's our Aman Khan Mahale.
Hi.
A wild Daniel has appeared.
A wild. In fact, hi guys, how you doing?
Hello.
Fantastic. It's lovely to see your smiling face.
Indeed.
Aww.
As usual, we're talking about how much Gawain sucks.
Yep.
This is a good
Perfect
transition,
timing.
though, for us to move into full spoiler territory.
Well,
Okay.
welcome, Daniel, to the good part of the show.
Oh,
Excellent.
yeah, Daniel. I guess if you want to, what was the? Does anyone remember the question? Let me see if I can undelete it. Oh, there we
How
go.
Control Z.
much
Oh, it's just the
on a
ways. It was about the
scale-
ways.
on a scale from 1 to Gawain, how much does Gawain suck? And the answer is
Gawain.
what was the question about the ways?
Oh, the person just was like the ways. I can't wait to see them. So we were just talking about what we think about
yes.
the ways.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So we were
The-
talking
the-
about this, and we were talking about like just. So we did a little bit of talking about like whether or not because the idea is out there that they're combining the portal stones and the way gates. We talked a little bit like how maybe the way gates would work, but before we continue with the discussion, guys, we are moving into full spoiler territory. So, with that being said, if you have not finished the series, at least 14 of the 15 books, not including New Spring, because I can't tell you to leave if you haven't read New Spring, because that's hypocritical of me. But if you haven't finished the series and you care about spoilers, if you don't care about spoilers, feel free to hang around. But if you care about spoilers, this is the time to peace out. From here on, if you're spoiled, that's on you. You can try to sue us. It's not going to work out very well for you because no judge is going to take that case anyway. Because it's
You haven't read
I'm
New
gonna
Spring?
leave then, so I don't get spoiled.
He hasn't.
Yeah, I haven't, but I'm starting to read like this weekend because I'm going to read it along with Ali and Gus. So
Get out.
Get out.
I'm just messing with you.
I mean, if I had the time, I could probably have it read within a day because it's not that long. But
Yeah, I mean, it only came out
No.
12 years ago.
Yeah.
shut up.
Any
This
day,
is
any day
actually-
we get that.
That's a fair counter. All right.
This is actually why I'm here, because I came in so that Andrew can now open his gateway and go, because now we're going to be full spoilers, and it's not like we've literally done a New Spring book review that Andrew was on or anything.
I just pretty much sat there the whole time.
He
like-
did. He listened
I
attentively.
provided commentary on things.
The
did
cover's
like-
really great.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think it has something
Moraine's
that talks
in,
about
Moraine's
a
in
bit.
that one, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so, a little bit.
I think
In the middle.
Lon shows up for a little while. Like, things happen. It's all right.
Back to the ways. Where is it? Oh my god! It's going I think inside the ways is going to be simultaneously incredibly difficult and incredibly easy to film, because I mean it's just complete darkness with a bubble of light, around the group where the lanterns go. But they really need to get that feel right, and that's I mean we've said it a million times tonight. Depicting how the characters feel on screen is not easy to do. That's going to be up to the person doing the scoring. It's going to be up to the lighting. It's going to be up to the actors themselves and how they deliver their lines, how they act.
My hope is that there is no score. My hope is
It's
that they
just dead
enter the
silence.
ways
Ooh.
and it's
Yeah.
like actually accurately pitch, like pretty much pitch black everywhere else, and like evilly so, and that there's nothing playing. And like there can be moments of like sound and score and whatnot in there when something happens specifically, but I want like the vast majority of the ways to be silent.
Yeah,
And just
until
like extremely awkwardly silent, where everybody's like, this isn't right. Usually, even when it's like quiet, it's not quiet. And then it's just quiet up until the point where you get the
when,
horrifying whispers. Yeah.
If I'm envisioning the production of the ways, like if my vision is correct, it's gonna be, imagine making it. I imagine they did it in
Right.
a huge soundstage probably, and all the lights were off. And they probably used like a tiny little light, and they had to like place it in just the right spot so that you could see the person who's talking. And the way it's described in the books, like it's like the darkness is like oppressive on the light.
Yeah.
And so
in.
I feel like they have to use like the smallest lights possible in order to get that kind of an effect. And so I'm just thinking like, cameras on the set, and it's just black everywhere on it, like an entire warehouse. Like how freaking weird would that be?
Yeah, because they won't be able to, like, usually the director has that little TV that they're looking in to see. Yeah, that they won't be able to have that. Like,
yeah.
So I will tell you that is physically impossible. You would not actually be able to make that work because you wouldn't actually be able to see anything. There will still need to be like a surprising amount of lighting.
Lights.
But at the same time, it will make it, even if there's like 25 lights, it will still make it feel like that, even though it'll be lit in this like weird 17 lights all this direction, and all you see is Moraine, and she has weird fucking shadows all over her face because lighting direction is so insane.
I love good lighting, and I've seen productions where they've had, it's a guy walking into a room, and he walks across the room to talk to someone who's sitting on the other side of the room, and they want to portray it as this very dark, very sort of oppressive room, right? And he walks in, and it's beautiful. It's almost like something out of a black and white noir film. And he just, don't goes and goes and goes. And when they showed the production, like how they filmed it, how they made that effect, they had so much light, like the biggest lights in the room, lighting up everything. And what they were doing was they were tricking the camera lenses into filtering the light down.
Their ISOs were way up so that they were like, oh, there's so much light in here. We need to dim this down in the camera. Yeah. And it's fascinating stuff.
It's cool.
Cannot wait to see it.
I can't wait to see what they do. I'm really excited.
I guess Andrew had to step away for a second. Either that or his internet.
Stubble McShaven there said he left to go read Newspring.
Oh, good. So, okay, what's our next question then?
Let's see.
The one thing that I really hope that they do is that with the sound design, this is the last thing I'll say about the waves, but I think it needs to be said. I would love to just have, like, again, silence for the very beginning, and then at some point you just start to hear these whispers, but they're so low you don't actually think you're hearing them. And then at some point they get louder and louder and louder until the point where they're like basically scream whispering at you.
Especially if they play with like surround sound. Like if they play with the left and right speakers on surround sound, like they can make it come out of different, or even the same lines, like break them up between speakers if you have a surround sound. Oh man.
Dude, and like the back of your room behind you is just like just these tiny ass whispers. It'd be fucking great. Anyway.
Cute.
Anyway, new question. We were moving on. Moving on from the ways. We're going full spoilers.
The next one was, you know what? We could do. Let's stick with the ways a sec. We'll jump around a little, only because this person asked a good question about the ways that we didn't speak on at all. How do we think they're going to depict the platforms? And I'll add in the bridges and stuff like too.
Ooh. So if it were me, what I would do is you have one platform and one bridge, right? The exact same platform, the exact same bridge. Everybody's in their little party. They walk around to the edge of the platform. They go, oh my God, it's dark. I can't see. They do the thing. And then you have them walk on the bridge, and come up to the exact same platform. and you just have them keep. And I'm not talking like a loop room, like where if you were just to hold on the platform and have them, go on the bridge this way, and all of a sudden they come back around. I don't want something like that. Maybe you can play with that. You can have fun with that. But what I'm hoping for is that they do things like, this is the same platform. This is the exact same. We're going in circle. And then I want to see them do like, we're going to paint a red stripe here, so we know we're not going in
or
circles.
put a giant blood streak on the ground.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, sacrifice to the Dark Lord.
Just murder Bella and leave her on one of these.
Sir.
You bite your tongue.
Sir.
I mean, if you think about it, given how the companion rectifies or retcons her death in the books, she is the best chance because apparently she can just
come back to life whenever she wants.
So,
I told you we're not allowed to talk about the companion here, all right?
You did? I missed that part. My bad.
I'm just joking.
Yeah, I didn't get that part. I'm sorry.
No, it was I die in the companion. They kill my character.
I see.
I forgot where we were. Maria was there. What did I do recently that Maria was there? Wasn't with you guys, I guess. No, it was something else. I don't remember what it was.
Maria was definitely there at JordanCon. I don't know if Josh remembers. I would love to talk more about it, but we can't.
Fool of myself in front of Maria. That was great.
No, you didn't. Trust me. I've known Maria for like 15 years. You didn't make a fool in front of you.
I'm pretty sure I saw in her eyes when she looked, she like, this guy knows how to fucking party. All right.
Yes, that is what she thought. That is more in line with what she probably thought.
I was going to say, Josh made a fool of himself in front of Maria. Whether Maria took it that way or not is up to her. But Josh made a fool of himself in front of her.
This guy's living his best life.
It was the twatcast thing. It was the twatcast thing. That's what it was.
Oh, there we go.
Alan and Maria were both there, and they someone had asked about the companion, and I said that same thing that I just said now, and they were like, "Well, Alan and Maria wrote the companion, so which one of you guys killed Thom?" And they both passed the buck. They both. Were like,
of course.
Maria was like, "I think Alan did it," and Alan was like,
he said what?
Exactly how he
said.
I didn't realize Thom died in the companion. I have the companion. I didn't realize Thom. I mean, Thom, like of old age?
No. Bayard. Bayard is my character.
Yes.
I got a character in the series. His name is Bayard.
I see.
It's my forum posting name on Tarverlon.net, and he's the guy in the prologue of A Memory of Light, and then he comes back later on during like one of the last battle scenes. He's with him and the company of Andormen that leave in the beginning are with Tam and Aziel Thom, who is a friend of mine in real life. His name is Anthony Aziz, and his name on Tarvalon.net is Aziel Thom. So he was in there. And when Brandon was interviewing me to like get an idea of like, my personality for the character, I mentioned that Anthony was my friend and that he always gave me shit because, I got a character in the series and you don't. So he put us together at the end.
Nice.
I think that's why he did it. I mean, it might not be, but I think that's why he did it.
Fair enough.
I think it's why.
And then that's the last time you see me. But then when you flip to my character's thing in the appendix in the companion, it says, but he died in the last battle and was eaten by a Trolloc.
Yeah. Brutal.
There's the fact checker right there.
Man, I hope he choked on my beard. Shit.
Damn.
He did. He totally did. And you did not taste good.
You literally looked at the Trolloc and was like, man, fuck you.
Whoa,
you can eat my ass. And the Trolloc was like,
no, I don't taste good?
You tasted like spite.
I think I taste good. All right. We'll stop before we get too far off.
Hey, the banner's up there. This is not.
Listen, I'm Italian. I got to taste like oregano and garlic.
You probably taste great if a human were eating you. Like if Hannibal were here, he'd be like,
He'd be like, all right. Anyway, all right.
But Trollocs, they're shit at cooking.
Does Hannibal get a food review like YouTube channel?
Oh man, that would be terrible. So back to the ways, so we can stop talking about eating meat.
Quote of the night.
Out of context, quote of the evening. Just post that, no context.
That's the bumper
like,
for the live stream.
Are they going to do so? Are they going to do the marker stones with the Trolloc writing in them? Are they going to do like there's the white line on the ground that they're trying to follow?
I definitely think that the white line is something they should keep. That's something that's and again, it should only be for very short spans when they're going in or coming out.
Yeah, that's where it is in the books. It's like on the platform that Away Gate is on, I'm pretty sure.
Basically. But I definitely think that unlike Josh, I think that they should not have them all look the same. I mean, like they definitely should have them all look similar, like they're made out of the similar material, but they talk about the bridges and the platforms being like pockmarked and fucked up in areas, and like this one has the entire left side shearing off, and like this bridge just stops suddenly and things like that. And so I definitely think that again, they should look like they're all made of marble or like, you know, stone or whatever it is that they choose to make them look like they're, you know, the material they're made out of. But I definitely think that, you know, they should all look unique. I mean, again, I'm not saying you can't reuse a lot of the same resources, but like each one should definitely look a little bit different than the one that they left, and a little bit different than the one that they started on, and different things like that. Because I love the idea of, all right, how's this one fucked up now? Like, how's this one fucked up? You know?
Yeah,
I mean,
like,
honestly,
I'm laughing because Morshadi called me Bayard Al Cannoli. That was fantastic.
Choker of Trollocs.
Yeah, that's good.
Choker of Trollocs.
I mean,
All right.
I'm pretty sure that like the ways like paths are jealous of like the streets in Washington D.C.
Yep.
Or the other way around.
Accurate.
Depends
Yeah,
on like,
I mean-
if they're jealous because they're worse or not. I don't know.
I mean, they're probably in the same condition.
Probably.
They haven't
streets of
been worked
Washington,
on.
D.C. inspired the ways.
They haven't been worked on in as long a time. All right. The next question we had was, hey, never having read the books, but excited since I saw the trailer. How do you feel the trailer from the how do you feel about from the limited trailer? Does it follow the books?
No, but it captures the spirit.
I mean,
This is from Joe Miola, by the way.
gotcha. I mean, it does and it doesn't. Like the way we've kind of been, it's been suggested that we think about the TV show is it's going to be like a turning of the wheel, not the same one that we read. So there's going to be differences. We know from things that I think like Brandon has said, and even Rafe has said, that there's going to be changes that stand a chance at like I don't want to say dividing the fandom, but the fandom's not necessarily going to like if they focus on wanting a reproduction of the books. Like,
yes,
it's one of the things like you have to keep in mind. This is an adaptation of the books, and anytime you're doing an adaptation, it's like inspired by true events, and then it's like it can be completely different similar, but it can still be completely different. So there's things that are going to be different than the books. And you kind of want that because that still leaves some of the like magic of having read the series intact.
Right.
Versus like somebody can go and watch like it's like Harry Potter. You can watch Harry Potter and get the gist for the entire story, but there's so many differences in it. Like you watch Sorcerer's Stone and Harry goes like third one and he's done. But in the books, he goes to like every one Ollivander has until he gets to that one. And so
they cut out like 3 of the puzzles at the end, and they do, all of it's for time, all of it's for, all right, they get the idea. We sacrificed Ron, Hermione's a genius, we get it. Like, move on. We don't need the potions challenge where Hermione's just a genius again. Like, because she is, and she deserves it, but like, it's just more of the same.
True.
I'm sorry, they're still going on with the cannoli thing, and it's making me fucking die.
So, and that's giving me a good point. Like, this is a way for those of us that have read the entire series to have elements of the TV series still surprise us. Like,
Yes.
we're not going into this like, oh, we know everything that happens, because
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys. I don't remember reading any part of the entire fucking story where Rand and Egwene are fucking shirtless in the Wine Spring Inn, just fucking chilling out.
Yeah.
I don't really-
honestly,
Her accepted test.
You didn't read that part?
remember it's
I mean,
acceptance
fair.
test. That's
Fair.
when it
I
happens.
did read that.
Yeah, I love that theory. That I'm 100% ascribing to that theory now. I love it.
I like
You
it.
guys-
I like it.
You guys don't have that part in the book?
Which
Um,
book are you reading?
Why does your book have all of this Sharpie and crayon in it? What's going on?
That's see, and what you said, Andrew, and then what Stubble McShave over there, who you've said some great stuff tonight, but I can't support that name.
It's a terrifying.
It's something that I've been saying the whole time. Like, I'm excited because we're for a very long time we didn't think we were ever going to get new Wheel of Time content ever again. Like, Harriet and Brandon were very poignant in saying, I hope this is a thing because it's hilarious. The Canola Moore has so far been my favorite.
Cannoli the Willed.
Whatchamacall, Harriet and Brandon both said, like, this is it. Harriet was like, I'm not going to ask anyone else to write in the series. Brandon said, I'm not writing anymore in the series.
Yep.
This is it. No more Wheel of Time. And I mean, I was happy about that in some ways and sad because, whatever. But now we get new Wheel of Time. Like, this is new Wheel of Time content. And I hope that it's not. I mean, obviously it isn't, but I had hoped it wouldn't be a shot for shot retelling of the books.
I do want fan service, though. I agree.
yes.
I want new stuff. I want a new story. I want the spirit to remain the same, but I want fan service. I want
it'll be there.
I want
Watch
Easter
too much
eggs.
anime.
I want to have a TikTok video where I'm like, "Do you see this? That was in the books." You know what I mean? Like every week, But
Yeah.
Wait, how can you tell if somebody read the book before they watched the show? Oh, they'll tell you.
They'll
They'll
tell
tell
you.
They will tell
You're
you.
gonna start seeing YouTube videos. 137 nods to the book that you missed.
I'm ready to make.
You
those
see this piece of
videos.
grass
Oh,
right
yeah.
here? This piece of grass was in the books.
That'll be
Yep.
Kritter.
Yeah,
I
tell me.
can't speak with any authority, but I can tell you that I am I have this feeling. I'm unequivocally sure
I
that
can
both
feel it in my
Rafe,
cannolis.
in my inner cannolis, in my filling, that that both Rafe and Sarah are going to make sure that kind of stuff is in the show.
I think so.
I feel it in my cannolis that something's gonna happen.
Oh, listen. Leave the impressions, take the cannolis, and let's go. All right.
Oh man.
Oh, I love it.
May the hand of the cannoli shelter you.
I need a t-shirt.
Hit up New Creations by Jen. They're pretty good at
Hey,
making shirts.
apparently, so do Rand and Egwene in the Wine Spring Inn. So we can just all get t-shirts.
Hey, listen, if Rand and Egwene want to go shirtless, I am not going to object to either of them going shirtless. They're both pretty.
It was a crazy night at the Wine Spring Common Room. Someone called Shirtless O'Clock, and things went from there.
Matt
That's
convinced them all to play strip poker, and
Matt, that was Matt.
That's
Which is
That's what
why
the dice
Matt
was.
is still fully clothed. I get it now.
Yep.
That's what the dice was for.
There it is, right there. That's a great. If you go like 2 more seconds, yeah. There's
That's
a great.
what it is.
Actually, one of the stills that I sent you. One of the stills I sent you is the picture of them.
This one?
Yeah, that's a great picture right there. That's
I
so
love
great.
it.
So
I love it.
good.
Well, this is also, if anybody hasn't yet, the actual official Twitter posted this picture with 3 Taviran walk into a tavern and then fill in the blank. So if you haven't gotten a chance to, and you have a really good punchline to that particular joke, go on Twitter, go on to the official Twitter of Time or Wheel of Time Twitter and post it, because there have been some good ones.
Didn't Androl do something with it?
He's saying
I don't know the answer to that question.
He did.
Androl, he put Rand's joke, into some.
Androl, I'm going to assume
Oh,
you're
yeah.
okay with us playing.
Well,
this.
no. Remember, don't play sound or
Don't.
what's up or something.
Yeah, don't do it. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, well, I'm
Link
pretty
it,
sure like
link
that's with permission, but yeah, we can drop the link.
Yeah,
for
yeah,
it.
yeah. Definitely link it.
Oh, I thought you said that it breaks if you play sound in the thing.
No, it
If
doesn't
you-
break.
well,
That's
the
like the
trailer
whole like
itself.
copyright claim kind of stuff.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh,
My bad.
But where you've got
yeah. I'd still
Androl-
just link it.
but we'll link it in there. If you guys haven't seen it, go watch it. You know, everyone knows who Androl is at this point in time. Super nice guy. He lives in Sweden and he does
Super
all
nice guy.
fucking music.
I tell you what,
amazing. Super
he
fun
does so much musics.
I didn't know he
All
lived
the
in
music.
Sweden. That's awesome.
guy. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I want to
Yeah,
live in
I was-
Sweden. No,
I was on vacation a couple years ago and we were in Denmark and we hopped the water on a train and we just went over to Malmo to do a couple things over there. And I was like, hey, dude, let's meet up. Like, we got to do this. And he's like, where are you at? I was like, Malmo. And he's like, oh, yeah, no, I'm in Sundsvall, which is like a 12-hour train ride away. I was like, oh,
Woof.
shit.
And you were like, oh yeah, America's not the only country that's large enough to like
it's
not
very-
be able to just say, oh, I'm on one end of it. Great. That's a 5-minute drive to me.
Yeah.
But
It's a very long, skinny country.
yes.
Mhm.
So
Hey, some
But,
of
you
us
know,
are.
I
It
love the
happens.
architecture.
It's
in that-
me,
in that
your
place.
boy, Skinny Country.
skinny country.
Yeah, the inside of the
one
wine
pillars
ring
look
is
so
so
cool.
cute. I
Yeah.
love it.
If you look at there's like carvings on the pillars in the wine
Yeah.
spring. It just
Mhm.
look.
There's a stool sample right there.
Ayo.
All right, guys, this has been fun. I am gonna go.
Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for tuning in.
Lose my phone number. No, I'm just-
Oh wow.
We've had enough.
all right.
Okay.
That's how you know
Uh,
when we get into poop jokes. That's how you know the show's gone too long.
We already talked about Egwene and Rand being naked. We talked about that. Is Patton Fane going to be in more than one episode?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
absolutely. Yeah. I think they
I get
haven't
that.
shown Patton Fane yet because they want it to be more poignant. Like if they do show him, it'll only be like non-crazy, like
Yeah,
decrepit
it's just
Patton
gonna be
Fane.
merchant Patton Fane.
Yeah,
Be
yeah.
Patton Fane with his public face on.
Yeah.
Yes.
Specifically, I'm like, I really hope that they do the format like Game of Thrones did, where it's, and I've said this before. I might have said it to you guys. I don't remember. My brain doesn't work. That the penultimate episode, or like the big poignant episode of the show, is the second to last episode of the season, and then the last episode of the season is just a pure setup for the next season.
Mhm.
Mhm.
And what I would love to see is the night that Patton Fane breaks out of his cell in
Yeah.
Faldara. Like it ends with either Patton Fane's like face with blood all over it, like in the darkness of the dungeon underneath Faldara Keep, or with like the aftermath, like bodies on the ground, the dark prophecy on the wall, the horn and the dagger missing, and that's the setup, and that's how the first season ends.
I
I've
think
been
we
wanting
talked about
that
it before.
for sure.
Yeah, I think we talked about it before because I remember mentioning like that I thought that would be pretty cool, and it just ends with like Patton Fane, bloody face, and it just fades to black as he just starts cackle laughing.
Yes. I
If,
remember you saying
if
that.
they
Yeah,
don't
I can-
end each,
I think we did that in the episode
season-
that hasn't gone live publicly yet.
Oh,
So tune
whoops.
in
And
next
just
Friday.
fucking,
No,
and
you're
just
fine.
fucking white teeth in just
Mhm.
like this giant fucking evil smile.
I'm already
with
gonna
the
have fucking
background.
nightmares about that dude, man.
If they don't end each season on a ridiculous cliffhanger, I'll be so upset.
I mean, most of the
Because
books
that's
end on
how
a ridiculous cliffhanger. so.
Exactly. I
Yeah.
want that to be loyal to the storytelling of the books.
I mean,
in
that's
that
just like good
aspect.
TV 101, right? Like,
I
you
know, right?
Keep them coming, like keep them coming back.
Just
Give
keep
them a little
wanting more.
taste.
Every time I think I'm out, they pull me right
back
in.
in.
Exactly.
Look what they did to my boy. All right,
My boy.
Look what they did.
Look how they massacred my
massacred
boy.
my boy.
massacre. They filmed that like a couple of miles from my old house in New York.
No?
Nice.
All right. So that was Pat and Fane.
Really?
So
You come to us today on the day of our live stream and start this story, but then you don't give us any other information?
you can ask us anything that you want on the day of my live stream.
Accurate.
Do you regret your
Pat and
decision
Fane.
yet, Kritter, to be here?
No. This has been fabulous. I'm enjoying myself immensely. The poop jokes, I mean, all of it. Like, it's been.
That's
really
that's what she's here for. She's like, hell yeah.
What can I say? I'm a sucker for it.
Made one poop joke considering how often we talk about the tank. And that's going to be the remembered part.
Yeah. Yep.
So Pat and Fane. So what did someone say that they think he's being in 3 episodes? I mean, I really hope that they do the whole, like, him doing what Mashadar wants and letting him out. Like,
yeah.
I hope they keep that in there.
Well, and I love. Somebody said earlier it's like Pat and Fane's public face, and I was like, yes, but no, because like he only has a public face when he's the merchant.
Yeah.
Because by the time he actually goes through the Black Wind, he doesn't have a public face anymore. He gets to Faldar and he's like, I'm trying to have this public face, but I keep on switching accents and like shit keeps getting very strange. And you're like,
I mean,
he just keeps changing his name. Like,
wrong with you, dude?
Pat and Fane is like always just like the artist formerly known as Pat and Fane, the artist formerly known as Ordith, the artist formerly known as what was his other name? Mordeth. Like,
no, Mordeth is the one in
that's his last, that's his final name.
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
his
yeah.
final one.
Is it?
I mean, he's
back?
good enough.
Yeah, I think so.
Fuck face.
He's good enough. He has a good enough like public face to get into both the White Cloak. What's it called? Wow.
Well, he gets an audience
Dome of Truth.
with Agilmar.
And the Emerald and Elida.
No. They know that he's fucked up there because once he gets that like thing, he's like, "Hi, I'm Pat and Fane, and I'm fucking crazy." Because like no, and you're like, "Whoa, buddy."
But
well, I mean, he gets
still
to talk to He gets all the way to have the audience with Elida.
Mm.
And he does it with the Sean.
Like officially, like he doesn't sneak in there. Like he.
What? But again, like how much of that is, hey, this guy's fucking crazy, but
they wouldn't bring him in and leave
him out too.
Yeah, but they wouldn't like put him in the room with Elida by themselves and shut the door. If they
Elida is crazy as.
I don't.
I mean, like,
yeah,
I think she'd be like, if I need
I
this guy,
know.
like if I need this guy, I'm gonna talk to him even if he's bonkers.
And we also know that Pedro Nial knows that Ordith is fucking crazy, but he's also really good at what he does. And he's like, all right.
But it's good enough to fool all of the other people around, though.
So after being Ordith, he takes on the name Gerald Mordeth, whatever. Yeah. So he does kind of bring it back as like a surname rather than just being called Mordeth. It's technically Gerald Mordeth.
He's just very, very good at preying on.
He just keeps on adding letters onto Ordith.
And then he becomes Shazam. Legit, like his last name is like Shazam. Shaisam.
Is that a play on? Is that like a play on Shaitan?
Maybe.
He just keeps getting more and more evil. It's Pat Fane, and then Ordith, and then Mordith.
It's like he's got all those surnames.
All Deeth, final Deeth.
Maximum over Deeth.
The most Deeth.
Deeth
nuts.
Back to the Elida, though. I think that him being around Elida also kind of pushed her a little further into madness, like his corrupting nature, aura, whatever he's got going on.
Just like shaves off a little of his evil onto everybody.
Yeah, especially because she's already like fucked up.
It's like an Olive Garden cheese
cannoli Deeth. We got cannoli Deeth too. The ultimate form. She's already susceptible to it because she's already fucked in the head. So
she's desperate to look for a way to regain control, and it's one of the cool things I notice about him. He preys on those desires, and when he speaks with Agilmar, he says to them, I know how to beat the Shadow Spawn. I can teach you how to beat the Shadow Spawn. And Agelmar's kind of like, huh. I mean, okay, but I don't like what you're selling. We'll beat them our own way. Like, we don't need what you have. And he's one of the few who was instantly able to be like, no, nothing you have is okay with me. I'm not okay with this.
Though also remember, there is a slight difference in how he actually came to be at an audience with Agelmar versus the rest of them, because Agelmar's men capture him trying to scale the wall. So Agelmar knows immediately that this guy that there is something wrong with him. Elida, Pedrin, fucking not Suroth, but the other guy that he shows up at in Falma.
The Shanchan guy. Yeah.
The Shanchan guy.
Turok?
Lord.
Turok?
Yeah,
Turok.
Turok. There we go. All of these people, he like comes to them offering something.
I want to rock.
And he comes to them
2 rock.
2. He comes
Just
to them
2.
offering something, and as stated, he always is preying on someone who's like just starting to really like lose control. And he's just like, all right, cool. Well, I have a way for you to regain control. And they're like, really? Great. Tell me, wise one. And he's like, oh, no, I'm actually just going to fuck your shit up harder. But I'm going to sound like I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I pulled a sneaky on you. Did you see that?
So he does seem like really crazy and off. And then there's like a point where he gets more controlled, like as the time goes on.
He definitely learns to wield that much better. As
You know what it is? Every time he has the dagger, he can control himself.
So then
when
he gets it
he
back.
loses
Yeah.
the dagger is when he goes completely off the rails.
And then he gets it back. And then he's just normal. Well, normal. He's more controlled than anything.
So I have to dip.
What?
So I know. The life of my my normal life is calling, and I have to go take care of things. But
the life of my normal
I was gonna let it go.
No, don't do that ever. But no, you guys are awesome. I appreciate everybody for coming out and listening and hearing my drivel. You guys rock. And Kritter, I think you also.
I also have to. I haven't actually eaten yet today. I know. I worked. I worked, and then I worked out, and then I got ready, and then I jumped on here. So it's about time for
got them gains.
For,
same,
all the
except
gains.
for all of the working out. That
gotta get the gains. I'm working. I'm
All
trying to get yoked like Loyal. So
there you go.
Yeah. But I really appreciate you guys having me on. This is so much fun.
It was a ton of fun. It was great. It was great to meet you.
Hello.
You too. You too.
Want to say hi to everybody? This is my niece.
Hello.
Hi. All right, can you say
What are
bye-bye?
you excited for?
All right, Kritter.
All
All right.
Josh,
Thank you so much. Bye.
Good night, guys.
Yeah.
Take care, both of you.
See you.
And
All right,
then
now
there
that
were
the squares
3.
are gone, we can really wrap now. Let's go.
They were actually in rectangles.
Shut up. What is it? All rectangles are squares, but not all squares are rectangles, or is it the other way?
Correct. No, that all squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares. Because a square must have equal length sides, but every square is also in the definition of a rectangle as well.
Did you just actually him?
No.
This is a very common occurrence. Like, I really like what you said, or well, actually, and it's very much appreciated because it's always interesting, and most of the time
correct.
it's right.
And
Yeah.
correct.
At least, hey, that's how you know you have a true friend. They'll on the spot call you out for being wrong.
Yep.
And you have a true friend when they look back at you and go, you know what, this time you're right.
But still
and they don't just go, hey, fuck you, eat a dick. Like,
oh, no, I still do. I just acknowledge you're right.
Neither of you joined in. I'm hurt.
I stopped it.
You did the cutoff, but you didn't jump in.
I was trying to look for the we have 2 more questions left, but one of them we already answered. I didn't see any more other questions pop up in the feed, but If other people want to toss a coin to the or toss a question to the podcasters, that would be useful.
Yeah, if you have any questions,
Well,
because this is supposed to be about the trailer, and there's like a lot about the trailer we haven't even like talked about what it means for the series. Like we have not talked at all, pretty much, about the entire Logain section.
Yeah,
but it's fun.
Wait, Logain's in the trailer?
Do you want to get into your? Is this the taint that we're seeing him emanate when he's?
Oh, we can. I mean,
yeah,
we can try, but I think even Daniel does it well. Actually, that one. So. Oh shit! I'm not muted. My bad. Sorry, Dan.
No. I don't actually have a well. Actually, I like that idea. I think that it is.
I'll play devil's advocate there, and I'll do it for you.
Don't do that. The devil doesn't need an advocate.
But the devil is in the details, and that's what we're trying to get.
My headcanon devil is Lucifer from the show Lucifer, so he does.
He doesn't need any advocates. I just
want to be near him to be his advocate.
Also true.
I'll tell you when it is. Hold on. Let me go to the spreadsheet.
It's right after this.
That spreadsheet, though.
It's right after, according to Nerdist, this is Alana. According to them.
That's Alana, yeah.
That would make sense, given
She's
that
got
we've had the
earrings,
actress announced.
There's a scene where Suwan is talking to another Aes Sedai, and she said, I forgot what she says. It's in here somewhere. But we think it's Alana because of the earrings.
Because of the earrings, because those are unchangeable between characters.
I mean, they all seem to be wearing this similar clothes throughout the whole thing, except for when they're doing obvious flashbacks.
They're the mighty channeling rangers, mighty morphing channeling rangers.
Okay, 131.
Yeah, that's like my only one of the everybody has a lot of people have several things they don't like about the trailer. One of the things I don't necessarily love is the fact that they have top to bottom color matching clothes to identify what groups they're with. I think it works well for TV, but I don't like it from a book perspective.
It's gonna be hilarious if that's not even what it is. If you get to that scene and it's totally different and it's not 3 red sisters or 3 green sisters or whatever. It's literally just fucking fun stuff.
When it's time for them to channel all yours, it's morphing time. You said what, 131?
131, yeah. Brother Boda said he said Priyanka Bose and then heart faces, and I totally
correct
that statement.
Well. Yeah. So this is what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's his shield.
No, the bit underneath the shield. So go back and just keep it playing and then just keep bouncing it back, and then we could see it, because it really helps to see it moving, I think. You could see that black.
Oh, yeah. No, I see it.
Globule, whatever it is, moving.
Yeah.
So here's my counter to what you said. Is that a physical manifestation or visual representation of the taint? 100% plausible. And just for fuck's sake, the only other thing I think it could be is so far all of the channeling we've seen is Sidar, and it's all white. And the ancient symbol of the Aes Sedai, white. The teardrop of Tarvalon, white. The other half of the ancient symbol of the Aes Sedai, black. Sidene, black. So that could just be what Sidene looks like to a non-channeler.
But Tom, ¿por qué no los dos? I mean, if it's already black, then it could just be black because it's tainted. And
absolutely.
Absolutely.
I 100% agree that is possible too.
Maybe after it's cleansed, it won't be white because they still want to be differentiated, but they'll do yellow or something.
Or maybe, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, there's also I think it might more so be taint because this that we're looking at is inside of the shield that Moraine is maintaining, which should be cutting him off from the source, from Sidene.
Well, but maybe that's the way that they'll actually do sort of shielding instead of because again, visually,
but you
the
can
ability to cut somebody off in
internal?
the mind is really hard to show. Again,
I mean,
not impossible,
Matthew-
but there's a lot of foundation work that needs to be done for that. And instead, a quicker way to do it is to have the shield be around the person and then maybe have them like trying to push out of it
Yeah.
with black sidine and just not being able to.
I-
I don't
I
know
agree with
that
that.
that's true, but it's definitely a way to get around
I
the,
like it
sort of-
visually.
only-
I don't
the only
like
problem-
it mechanically.
The only problem with that idea is that he doesn't look like that in any of the other scenes where he is definitely shielded. Like when they have him in the actual cage on horseback, he doesn't have a bubble around him like that.
Oh yeah, I don't know if I have that picture.
Sure. No,
it's
that's
the-
fair.
It's the
there's
it's in
an
the
earlier scene where he's
entertainment. Well, also in the Entertainment Weekly
Yeah.
article where they have like they're
Yeah.
on the road.
Like,
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. I just don't have it.
Yeah, no, he doesn't.
I'll send it
look
to you. I'll send you a
that way.
link.
That's true.
Oh,
that's
Um,
true.
the
where's the
um,
first scene where he's like where we see him go all like venom in the face?
that is 120. So, I just want to call out what Matthew said earlier about this being
Kareem Nagashi's death scene.
yeah, I definitely think this is her death scene. I definitely think so. You can see her body on the ground.
Hey.
So there is like on his skin. So maybe that's the shield. Like since they've been maintaining it, they were able to keep it close to him, and you could that's the represent. And then there it is breaking, so he's pushing it away.
Mhm.
Maybe. And they'll just have it sort of like on his skin in some ways.
Yeah,
Or
because when
he's
they
like
just-
shielded in his mind, if you will, when he
when they
can't
just-
even access it.
Well, it might,
Yeah,
'cause, like,
yeah.
watch super carefully here because I just and then this might be something you've already noticed, but don't double click the thing, you fucking YouTube. So you see how we have all of these lines? Watch them really closely when it starts pushing away.
Yeah.
Like right there,
They
you see
move.
it actually like push
Yeah.
out.
yeah, they come out.
Exactly. Yeah.
So yeah, maybe that is kind of how like maybe it's like a long-standing shield seems to kind of seep into the skin. I don't know.
Yeah. Or they're holding it tighter, maybe. Like they
Maybe.
do describe it in the book when they're shielded that they could feel it like that. So maybe it's
I can feel it all around me, thickening the air I'm breathing.
I can feel it calling in the air tonight. Whoa.
Oh Lord.
And then knockout. Sorry, that
Yeah, no, I definitely think that's her getting killed right there. And then the bloodlust, 100%. I also think that so that was the scene I was talking about where I think it's the quick shot we got a Suan.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's Alana that she's talking to.
All right.
Oh, okay. Oh, because of the earring.
Yeah, and that's obviously not Suan from the flashbacks where she's in her Amarylline get up. She's wearing a different dress there, and she even looks like she might be a little bit more tired. Like I don't want to say older because
What book does she get stilled in?
4.
4. Okay, so it's
Four.
not that. Okay, I was just
It's
making sure
4.
like that was after book 3.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening in this book. I think they might be playing up the division between the Ajas a bit,
Mhm.
but I don't think that they're gonna do that yet. This could literally be him breaking the shield causing this. Yeah, that's definitely what. Yeah, that is that. Like he explodes the. Well, it also could like when he explodes the box in Doom Eyes Wells. I think that's all.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Mhm.
But
Well, it's both is that he stills a number of sisters by so forcibly breaking out of the shields.
yeah, when
and
they
then
describe it,
also
he
destroys
grabs
the
them.
box.
He the way he describes it is he grabs the knots that are holding the shield together and destroys them with the one power, and so that could be what
No, that's. I thought that it said that he found where all of the points came together and then smashed right through them at the weakest point.
He also unknotted some of them. He was like unknotting them.
Are you talking about
The weak
Logain?
ones.
I don't remember that. No, I was talking
Are
about.
you talking
no,
about
Rand.
Rand? So
Yeah.
Rand, he keeps poking and prodding them because he feels like if he can work his way
Oh,
in,
look.
he can push his way through.
Look who we got. Who joined us?
Oh yeah.
Ha!
Hey, Matt
This
or Taylor.
guy.
What's up, Matt or Taylor or both or none? Like it could be the whole family. It could be one of the family. Who knows?
It's actually just someone else who's hacked the Dusty Wheels account.
But yeah, so like after my as well, Rand he's
Yeah,
consistently
he unknotted
like, kind of,
the ones that were softer.
Yeah, well, because he's like he feels where all of the different shields from the different Aes Sedai come together, and that's
Correct.
where he's kind of focusing for the longest. And when it drops to like 2 or 3 to maintain, and then the battle starts, it actually like breaks up enough and weakens enough where he can force the knots apart.
Yeah, he
I
untied the
don't-
ones that were.
I don't remember him untying any of them because it says that he just fucking explodes out of the shield and the box basically simultaneously.
Andrew's got.
He
it.
doesn't have enough. He doesn't have enough fucking deftness to untie people's
what book is
leaves.
that?
Fires
This
of
motherfucker.
Heaven, I believe, isn't it?
Correct. It's the end of the one.
I have it. I have a searchable version of it. So
Yeah.
see who finds it first. But yeah, Lucerne was helping him. That raises another question that I'm interested to hear what you guys think on too, and what the listeners think. How do you think that they are going to do Lews Therin in Rand's mind?
I think he'll actually see him as like a physical manifestation that nobody else will see.
I really hope so, because they can really
Those if you're gonna cast an actor to play the voice of Lews Therin, then like you lose like you want them to kind of be on screen. If you're paying for somebody to do full acting and you can have them on screen, why not?
I disagree with that because there are a number of very famous examples of just fucking. I find
it doesn't happen, but
disturbing. Like, come on, James Earl Jones, Morgan Freeman, like these guys get paid for their voices all the time.
I didn't say it doesn't happen. I'm just saying I would think that with the actor that they have,
Lord of Chaos, by the way.
Yeah.
They have allegedly cast that they would have him on screen.
Yeah.
I don't know. I actually think that
I hope that
in his mind would be sufficient to feel like they actually got what they needed out of the actor. Again, I'm not saying that I will be in any way annoyed if he shows up as a physical like thing, but I definitely just a voice, if you hire the right person, is definitely sufficient for Lews Therin.
Yeah.
I hope they that they do a physical representation for a couple of different reasons, but one of the main ones is they could use the physical representation of Lews Therin as a very needed in a lot of spots break of comedy. Like but it'll be a very hard juxtaposition between like, oh, this is funny, like what they have him doing, like, you know, there are scenes where where Lews Therin like hates the people that he's talking to, so they can have him like flailing his arms next to him or trying to hit him or yelling in his face. And that would be funny. But at the same time, the viewer would then remember like, oh shit, Rand, the Dragon Reborn, the most powerful channeler in the world, is going fucking crazy. So it will be funny while at the same time also being like terrifying. So I kind of hope they do that.
It's also interesting because it feels like, to me, I think a physical manifestation would be a little problematic because it almost, the way that it's written feels like Rand is holding Lews Therin back from hurting the people in front of him or doing something to them. And whenever he's around a male channeler, he's like holding Lews Therin back from just murdering them. And so if there's this physical representation and they're going after the character, then you kind of need Rand to actually like grab and physically hold back the manifestation. And that looks really weird when you actually get like Rand physically involved.
So
rather than just it being a voice that he's just trying to like shrug off kind of thing.
So here's Rand trying to break through the shield because he feels of the 6 points, he feels 4 of them go hard, not soft, but 2 remain soft.
The hard ones are the ones that are tied off.
Yeah.
Yes.
Cautiously blind. He felt at the 4 hard points There was nothing there any more than the shield itself was anything he could feel or see, but somehow he could feel around this nothingness, feel a shape to it, like knots. Always space between the cords of a knot, however tightly pulled, gaps finer than a hair where only air could go. Slowly, ever so slowly, he fumbled into one of those gaps, squeezing through infinitesimal spaces between what seemed to not be there at all. Slowly, blah, blah, how long before they notice? How long before the others return? If they took it up again before he found a way through, and then suddenly he could feel the source, like brushing it with a fingernail, the bare edge of a fingernail. Sidine was still beyond him. The shield's still there, but he could feel hope. Rand could not have explained what he did next, though Luce there and had explained how. Explained between drifting off into his own fancies. Blah, blah. Okay, that's more filler knot. It was as if he flexed what had been extended through the knot, flexed it as hard as he could. So kind of like he puts a breaker bar kind of into the gaps you can feel in the knot, and then just like force pries them open to undo.
Yeah.
So
he does them one at a time though. He does. Yeah. So he did one knot. Then
he does not do them one at a time.
Yes,
I'm reading it right now. He does them one at a time.
The knot resisted, it trembled, and then it burst. There were only 5 left. The barrier thinned. He does them all. He does them
one at a time, and then there are 2 or 3 left, and he notices that they start to notice. That's when he goes for all of them.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to answer.
You're totally right. I apologize, Thom.
It's okay. It's okay. I just want to address what Adalorna said real quick. She said, "Aren't there times where Luce Theron takes control of the source specifically?" And yes, it's the scene when he does Death Gates and Arrows of Fire later in the books, which is like that scene just gave me goosebumps again. Like thinking about it. It's such a great scene.
Yeah, Rand actually is capable of holding him back. That's the Blossoms of Fire scene, isn't it? Until that point, yeah,
because Luce Theron tells him how to do the arrows of fire from the fingertips, but Rand is still in control when that happens.
Yeah.
Yes,
Rand
is always in control because Luce Theron actually isn't there. But anyway,
my favorite part is when the other Ashamans start to copy.
Thank Rand. Thank.
It's just, I feel like that's Luce Theron the entire time, like looking at the Ashaman, just like, look at what they have to do to replicate just a fraction of our power.
Yeah. We can kill them all right now. And then
Randland would be better if we just killed everyone.
Yeah. And Logain, he starts to pull all the power into him like he did when he killed himself. He says that too. And Logain's like, all right, I get it. You're stronger than me. I get it.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, that's great.
So don't bring out any soft points about Rand. He crushes them ruthlessly. So cautionary tale.
Don't bring hard points together either, because he'll just slither into those and flex.
Isn't that called docking? The last thing I had written down from questions, because I hadn't seen any other questions pop up through the chat that you have here, was what do we think the Wildegardenia asked, what do we think the Myrddril are gonna sound like when they speak? And they said specifically, I want to hear the Myrddril speak.
I really hope, like, as soon as we see the first Myrddril, hold on, let me get into the thing where I can throw the nightmare field up. I'm just hoping that as soon as we see this, it's just yes.
Oh my god, you know that's gonna happen. You know, well, if someone doesn't do that now, I'm gonna be disappointed.
It's gonna happen. Yeah, I think that they're gonna sound a little screamy, if you will, if that makes sense. Like it'll sound like a whisper, but with like weird, like shrill tones in the back.
I feel like that should be the Drakkar. Like it's because it started with a whisper, and that was when they kissed her.
Oh,
and then they died.
Get out! You're fired. You're fired.
I kissed a Drakkar and I liked it. The taste of its cherry chapstick.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I really don't want it to just sound like a Nazgul though, because I feel like it would be so easy to just sound like
He's not even screaming here. Like this whole scene, like he's completely misunderstood this Murdraw here because he's walking into the village and he's just screaming like, "I need a dentist," and then people start attacking him.
Yeah, sure. Like he was just coming to try to get
Rude.
I was since they're doing the Lord of the Rings show at the same time. I'm pretty sure they can avoid sounding similar because they already know what they're going to make them sound like.
Sure. I'm not sure what this comment means.
We have a podcast. You have to tell me. Oh, he's talking to me. He's talking to me. My nickname at Jordan Con for a while was Butcher, which is why
I was like very confused. I was like, I haven't killed anybody in a very long. I mean,
that's why Bayard's character was a butcher in the book.
Got you.
Because my nickname was Butcher.
Oh my god, Moraine, get out of here! Just get in your truck, take the 101 to the 405, and get off at Marina del Rey. Sorry, horrifying.
Where's the
I really hope one of the Murdral's names is Stuart, though. That'd be great.
Stuart.
Look what I can do.
The Trollocs are gonna be like, so like when they're talking about Thonkendar and like Shao Ghul, they'll be like, so if you go to Thonkendar and you go hiking in Thonkendar, like LA, like when you go to LA.
What was that stupid challenge where you would take a shot glass and like suction cup it to your lips to get like
I don't know
to make your lips swell?
It
was like really popular online. Like this scene looks like they finished that challenge because it's just like very pronounced lips. Somebody knows what I'm talking
Rafe
about.
said his name was Dan.
Oh yeah. The actor who plays the Trolloc, his name is Dan, and he's when someone asks like how terrifying were the Murdral to you when you were doing the taping, he said, I wasn't scared of them at all because all I can imagine was the actor who plays them, Dan, doing circles on his horse in the mountains of Prague or something.
I
ruined Murdral for him.
Great. Excellent. I love it.
Nice.
Oh man. Yeah, that was the last question I saw come through. Let me check the Facebook.
If y'all have any more questions, go ahead and ask. If you're on Twitter or Twitch or Facebook, StreamYard thankfully will show us comments from all. So if you have questions or things that you want us to talk about from the trailer, we are in a full spoiler section now. So if you haven't read the spoiler warning at the bottom, we can talk about the entire series. But the gist of the entire live stream is what does the trailer mean for season 1, which is pretty much just us just talking about what we like and what we don't like. It's just us talking about stuff. Like we're not talking about like, well, you can tell here how they use this specific version of chroma key, and that's indicative that they're going to replace this later on. Like we're not going that in depth. We're just like, no, the Murdral looks fucking scary.
Yeah, he does. And if there's anyone,
my walk, I'm a woman's man.
We got another question.
Oh.
So, assuming there's no Camelin, where do we think the group?
Why are we assuming there's no Camelin?
Well, because I think they said that they were cutting like major cities in like not this last Q&A, but one of the other ones, and then they haven't cast Elaine and Galad. But honestly, I don't think that they're going to cut Camelin entirely. I think they're going to cut the majority of Camelin. Like, I don't think that we're going to get the Logain scene in Camelin. I don't think we're going to get them meeting a lot the Royals or any of the falling over the wall nonsense.
The Royals.
But I do think that we're going to have the Inn, and I mean mainly they cast Basil Gill.
Mm.
He's cast like that. He has someone playing him. So I think we might still get the Inn. So to answer that question, I think we're still going to get it.
Maybe what we're going to see is actually Basil Gill becoming or running away with more gays. Maybe that's going to be the end of season 1, is that we'll get all the way to Ravine by the end of season 1.
What was that steam whistle just now?
That was me. I went. Shh.
No, that was me laughing.
We had a question on
the one from Dana from
Zool. Oh, I didn't see that one. I was looking at Jordan Con. Which one did Dana?
There is no Dana. There is only Zool.
Yeah. So this one, do you think anyone other than Moraine will go into the White Tower?
I don't know what she means by that.
I think like that we'll see them actually go into the tower.
Well, I don't
From being
think
out?
I don't think Moraine. I don't think anyone's going into the White Tower in season 1. I think those White Tower scenes are flashbacks.
I would not be surprised. Yeah.
Are you talking about no, not this scene? Where's the scene where these boots are made for walking?
Oh, I got that too. I love that scene. It's earlier on. Moraine and her boots. 28 seconds.
28 seconds.
28.
I have a column for characters for it, and I wrote Moraine, her boots.
Because I kind of like this. I don't. So because like the next scene is in the White Tower, isn't it? Right after she throws her.
I think that's the wine spring.
Yeah,
that's the wine spring inn. Sorry, there's a
same.
fly flying around.
Oh, I thought you were like trying to get my attention. Like that. Like good.
There's a fly flying around. It's been annoying the shit out of me. I think that's the wine spring inn.
I think like that could very easily be like the first time maybe we see Moraine on screen.
Yeah.
It's like they're all
That's
sitting
that.
there,
Yeah,
like,
absolutely. Like she's just showing up and walks in that. That'd be
like,
great.
Maybe it is like right after, like, later on the night of this scene where they're
It's
all
dark
just like,
when she walks in.
yeah. So they're all chilling, doing this. Matt convinces Rand and Perrin to play dice
picture.
to take their shirts off, and Egwene's like, "I'm one of the cool kids. I'll play too."
This is after they've let the badger out on the green.
Yeah, it's Moraine walking in on a topless Rand and Egwene. That's
Perfect.
Yep.
Which we don't actually see Perrin in that scene because he's already lost completely, and he had to go home because he has no more clothes.
To see his wife.
Yes, his wife and 7 children.
So we did get another question on the Facebooks. It was
okay.
I think we might have answered it already, but we could do it again. So Joe Miola again asked, "Is there anything that wasn't in the trailer that we would have liked to have seen?"
I would have liked to see men in the trailer. M-I-N.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have seen that.
Pat and Fane for me.
Yeah, that too.
Even like I said, what did we call it? Public face.
His
Pat
public
and Fane?
face.
His public face. Yeah, public face. Pat and Fane.
His customer service face.
Customer service Pat and Fane. That's
Yes.
perfect. That's the new canon there. Customer service Fane.
I like it. I like it a lot.
I would have liked to see Pat and Fane, or even just hear him speak.
Mm.
Yep.
They could have did how
and gentlemen.
yeah
Can
when he jumps
everyone
up in the thing,
see me? Can everybody hear me?
It was a nifty trick, Mr. Murdraw, but had I wanted to counter your move, it would have been all too easy.
What else?
Freshly caught Cornish pixies. Wait,
Mind
freshly
you.
caught Cornish drag cars? Let's see what you make of them now.
Trollocs in the dungeon. That actually happens.
That's not the same character though.
No. We'll have Uno coming running
That's
through the keep.
boss, just stuttering Professor Quirrell. Oh God! Can you imagine if at some point in the story, Padan Fane just has the Dark One just on the back of his head?
On the back of his head. So he'll be Quirrell and Gollum at the same time. Like he'll be the same.
Yes, perfect.
Did you say Shadar Haran?
Shadar, I didn't.
Oh,
You're just.
I said
Gollum.
You're
like,
he fits the characters of Gollum, or
he does. He absolutely
Smeagol.
does.
Smeagol.
see, like
Padan Fane would never sell them out to the shadow. Sell
see,
them out. Sell them out very much.
Matt
Stupid
Stagger,
fat Orkia, he ruins.
I like the way you think, Matt Stagger, but from a childhood watching like Danny Phantom and all these other shows, I already have a fixation on Goth, so I don't need a new fixation on Goth. So it would be
I
dope.
mean, it would just make your fixation harder.
Literally.
It would definitely make a fixation.
I'm aware. Yeah.
The fixation.
I
and a
picked
certain
those
fixture.
words. I picked those words very intentionally.
Good. I would be more disappointed if you didn't.
Yeah, I could see Gothman. I could definitely see that. Like she just keeps adapting different aspects of people as she meets them. Like she puts the pants on and stuff like that in the beginning, but then like later on when they meet like the sea folk, now she starts piercing things and getting tattoos.
Things. Piercing things.
Yes, things. You don't act. She tells you that she pierced something, but you don't see it in the show.
You just can hear
But
it.
Rand knows.
She
Just
sits,
hear
she
it
sits on
jingling.
Rand's. She sits on Rand's knee, and he's like, "Why do I feel something hard pushing into my leg?"
Is that a piercing, or are you just happy to see me? Jesus Christ.
Oh, I forgot to check the Twitters too.
Harder, sheep herder, harder.
All right. Well,
I shouldn't do that. Like where we've got Gwen with her color bukkake on the screen.
I mean, I think that's very appropriate. Or inappropriate, as the case may be.
It's appropriately inappropriate.
Exactly, yeah. It's very Black Tower inappropriate.
Oh, yeah.
But I think that's, if we're nearly done with questions, should we start wrapping up? And if anybody gets one in under the wire?
Yeah, I don't see anything on Twitter.
Let's see if we have anything on Twitter.
I made
Facebook.
Dana have to leave.
Oh no! Why? Dana was great. She won, didn't she? Last when we did the. Oh, you guys weren't there. She was guessing a lot of the things when we were doing the Twatcast thing.
Ah, yes, I believe you. She
Our
is
live
very
stream on-
knowledgeable.
Our live stream on Twitter has one comment, and it is not a question. So,
Oh.
though, to you that made the comment, thank you. I appreciate the confidence boost for sure.
Lightning round. What small aspect of the books do you want to have a bigger role in the show? Do you think? All right. So and then someone said for the third time, do you think Logain escapes the ice? All right. So do that one first. What small aspects of the books do you want in the show?
Which
one are we doing first?
I guess
question
this
or
one.
more
We're
shots?
here now. We're here.
All
now.
right, let's do Hetzky's. Hetzky, we're doing you now.
Giggity.
Do you think? I think he does within like maybe season 1. I could see that, like, because so my whole theory about like them being like, okay, season 1 is going to incorporate books 1, 2, and 3. There's no casting for Elaine, Gawain, or Min. I think that the gap that's left open kind of by Camelin and what happens there is going to be filled in by the expanded Logain arc. And I think that's why like we're getting 3 books worth of stuff, but we also know that like not like season 2 is going to have things that happen in books 1, 2, and 3 as well.
So you think like Logain's actually going to escape and leave?
Yeah, I mean, because he had a fair bit of focus in the trailer, which means that I would like to think that they have a fair bit of material with Logain, so that they had plenty to throw into the trailer without giving away too much of what happens. Like, because if he's going to have an expanded role, I think starting right off from the beginning is a good way to do it. You can use Logain as a way to do the world building for like the mail channeling and how the world exists. So you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, or 2 Aes Sedai with 1 shield break, I guess, whatever. And it, fucking
So
English just broke again.
Does he get recaptured and then gentled, or?
I would think he has to for his arc. At some point, he has to get recaptured.
Yeah, I think that he actually needs to get gentled in the story. I think it's a huge part of his whole being, if you will, and everything that he goes through, that he actually does need to get gentled at some point. And so I'm of the mind, as Andrew said, that it's going to be used as a world building device, that we're either going to see him escape from some Aes Sedai and then get recaptured by others, or possibly even the same Aes Sedai,
Zen's
or
Kareem.
he's gonna like in some ways, or that he may in some ways like end up crossing paths with the main characters, and that will be sort of used to make male channelers and whatnot that much more scary to the people who are there, and make Rand again all the more reason that he gets to the point where he's just like, I'm not the dragon, leave me alone, fucking stop it.
They could definitely use it to keep that motif of like Aes Sedai can't be trusted from book one. And so like, because I mean, I don't know about anybody else, but I spent a fair bit of book one thinking that Moiraine is not to be trusted. You show up in a village, you pay little boys to leave with you, and then all fucky like breaks loose. Like,
I absolutely thought that she was one of the Aes Sedai in the Dark Friend meeting in the beginning of book 2. 100%. Like when I first read it as a kid, like I 100% thought that she was one of the Aes Sedai.
Interesting.
So, but you could use Logain 2 to instill the viewer with an inherent distrust for Aes Sedai.
Absolutely.
And then,
and also
now you're like, which Aes Sedai is bad? I can't remember the 13 Aes Sedai with S names we learned about this episode. Like, you just can't keep in track, so that way you can never figure out who the Dragon Reborn is. And for a while, you think it's Logain, and then you're like, oh, they're doomed because he just got
Someone said that he might get captured off screen, and I kind of like that. I think it would be interesting. Yeah, there you go. I think it would be interesting if he if he breaks out in that scene, and then it's like, fuck, like now this is happening, and it also gives a good reason why the other Aes Sedai would then leave Nynaeve and Moiraine to go do something like else, like, oh, we have to go pursue Logain, so go do whatever the fuck you're doing. And it would be interesting then if they met back up. Back to my other theory on the second to last episode being the penultimate episode, and the last episode being the breaking away, like Pat and Fane breaking out of prison and taking, would also be the day that the Amyrlin shows up in Faldara. So it would like they could have the Amyrlin's group showing up in Faldara with Logain in tow. Like, look, we got him, and that will be more poignant because Rand will have just announced himself as the dragon. They have a false dragon. Like, what the fuck? Like, now there's this juxtaposition between we have a man who can channel over here, captured and bound, ready to bring him to Tar Valon to gentle him, and another man who can channel right there, not being, bound and gentle.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and I also love the idea of like, because the person that we hear don't trust the Aes Sedai from the most in book one. Granted, we hear it from a number of different sources. I mean, Tam says the very famous line about the truth that an Aes Sedai tells you is not always the truth that you hear. Different things like that.
Characters recommend not trusting the Aes Sedai.
They do, and a number of them do. But who's the one that we hear over and over and over again? Don't believe the Aes Sedai.
Tom, because of Owen.
Baalzamon.
Oh, well, yeah.
Over and over and over again. The one that we hear say the most, don't trust the Aes Sedai, don't trust the Aes Sedai. They're lying to you, I'm telling you the truth. They're lying to you, I'm telling you the truth, is the father of lies. So you're always, like, throughout the first book, you definitely have trusted people like Thom and Tam, who are very much like, I can't tell you don't ever trust an Aes Sedai, but also, like, they get fucky. And then we have Satan being like, I lie all the time, but trust me, I'm being honest this once.
And even Moiraine says to be distrustful of them.
Yes. Well, but I love the idea that, again, you hear it from Thom, you hear it from Tam, and then at some point Logain says to Rand in a shield, don't trust the Aes Sedai, and then gets like pulled off somewhere or whatever.
Yeah. Well,
like how much more epic would that be?
His whole story about the Red Sisters, like, he doesn't have proof, but if I remember correctly, like, it's somewhat legit. Like, they may not have actively helped him, but they deliberately, to further their purpose and gain power in the Hall, allowed him to rampage longer than they really had to. They could have captured him earlier.
Correct.
And it wasn't even just. I think later we find out that it was Galena was involved in that too. And
correct.
And it wasn't just Yeah, it wasn't just the red mainly doing that. It was the black.
It was the dark red, the crimson Aja.
Yeah.
There's no witch or wizard who went bad who wasn't in the red Aja.
What was that other? That was fantastic. That was hilarious. What was the other?
It's
question
also
I got?
not true. There are plenty of other Aja sisters, but at the same time,
No, it's this scene, please. We just need that voice
right?
over.
I love it.
Do you think Leandrin?
Fucking Leandrin.
On purpose? That's a good question, brother. Buddha said.
Well, and that's also one of the things that I like about the story, but also think doesn't really work with the show very well, because we're actually getting a lot of different things. And instead of being from the unreliable narrator, and being from an unreliable narrator, hearing hearsay from Logain. And so as you're reading the book, you feel very much like, oh man, I don't know whether I can believe Logain. I don't know whether this is fully true. It sounds like it could be. It sounds like it could be, whatever. But in a show, I feel like it would be better if they actually just hard say, yeah, no, we just totally let him go. And then we recaptured him later. But like, there is that moment where it makes Logain's later story just true.
Yeah,
rather
like
than
the viewer knows.
Very flux thing. Yeah, the viewer knows, but then like everybody hearing it wasn't there when it happened, but the audience knows. Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
and so you're sitting there yelling at your screen like, "He's telling the
truth!" Absolutely.
At the end of the day,
yeah.
At the end of the day, like it's still Leandrin, like
you're right.
So like, there's not too much that isn't possible. Like, if you're willing, if your character is somebody that is willing to take and very sneakily escort brand new novices and an accepted out of the tower, along with someone who can't even channel,
one of who is the daughter heir of Andor, like fucking Jesus,
and then just fucking go through the ways, protect them all the way through the ways, just to turn them over to the Shan-Chan because they're just problematic for you and you don't want them around. Like that was it. Leandrin's like, they're problematic, they're annoying, they're gonna get in the way. I'm gonna give them to the Shan-Chan. Like, nothing is beneath you. Somebody was just barely inconveniencing you. And you literally handed them into slavery. Like, nothing is beneath you. So yes, of course you'll let a false dragon free.
And she,
she's probably the one that altered where Karine Nagashi flew to make sure that she did hit the stone pillar.
Yeah.
She's like, fuck you, no, like you're gonna die.
Was there anyone else in the room when it exploded? Was Moraine in there? I mean, other than the warders, were there any other Aes Sedai in the room? I don't remember.
Let's roll it back.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Let's go back to the footage, Cotton.
1:30?
No, that one. Was it 1:30?
No, it's not 1:30.
Look, I'm sorry. I'm slow. It takes me like 5 times of you repeating to hear what you actually said. Like, oh,
go ahead. Just play it from here. Yeah, Rawr. Here. And then here.
So there's in this first little bit.
Oh, no.
When it explodes.
Yeah, when it explodes. Earlier. Not this one. Yeah, it's way
to go back to when he explodes. Yeah.
Was that?
I think that's around here.
Something.
This November.
120.
120. Okay. Really? It was that close? All right.
Made a spreadsheet.
It's almost like we have one.
I run away from the big blue hinges.
Punch. And explode. So it looks like we have
it's Leandrin and Karine.
And I don't know if there's anybody else. I see nobody else. That looks still like Karine as she hits her head. Like a fucking noob.
No, yeah.
And
so,
then
like, Leandrin could easily have directed her into that, and like no one would know. There's no other Aes Sedai in that room.
Watch the chair. So there's the golden end of the chair that Karine is sitting in, right? Now watch how it rotates. It rotates like if you push from the bottom towards it, like spins. Yeah. It spins. Not fucking. Is that laterally? Is that the right phrase? It spins on its x-axis, which would indicate a push from the
laterally.
side. Yeah.
Yep.
So that indicates a push from the side, not the push from the front, where it would be spinning like this, or whichever way they're going back.
This is a perfect opportunity for exactly what Daniel said to happen. It could be Kareen and Leandrin, because that's Leandrin. So it could be Kareen and Leandrin talking, and Leandrin going, I'm like I don't know what the dialogue would be, but it could be her basically saying, I'm evil. I'm going to let him go and he's going to kill you. And then like she just drops the shield and then he breaks out. The shield blows up. She pushes her. Like that could be that scene, which then would let the viewer know she's Black Aja. Kareen's dead. Logain is going to escape. Who's going to believe him? And that is a perfect setup for exactly what you said.
The shield and Kareen knew too much. I knew too much.
Too much.
Well, and apparently Zool actually mentioned something earlier that was we got an audition script with Leandrin arguing for gentling Logain on the spot. So it could be an argument that they're having about Logain, and Leandrin sitting there being like, let's just gentle him. And Karina goes, no, we can't do that, blah, blah, blah. And Leandrin goes, fine, fuck you. And then she just gets her killed. And she's like, all right, well,
this
now
is
we have
exactly
to go
why I said we should gentle him. Yeah. Now we've lost a sister.
I think the
that'd be great.
Audition scripts are going to be probably not stuff that's in the show.
Well, to be fair, again, I will also throw out there, I like trailers. I definitely know that it's not like they actually shoot a ton of new footage for the trailers, but I don't know how much of this is actually going to be in the actual show. We'll actually have to see the entirety of season 1 to see how much of this actually makes it, because they could do all kinds of different things with like, all right, cool, let's make a trailer out of stuff that we like captures the idea of what we're doing, but is all fucking cutting room floor stuff. Like,
absolutely.
So we'll see. Anyway.
Oh man, so good. I can't wait. I'm so excited about seeing this on screen. I've been reading this book for like
I feel dumb.
22
I just
years.
noticed Stefan back there. I just noticed that he was back there.
This is when they're attacking, when the dragons.
You can tell from the canonically terrible shape of his battle axes.
His axes, yeah. You see,
which I think I think Zool mentioned the one thing I dislike the most from the trailer is the shape of Stefan's axes.
Adalorna, do we think we're going to see them speaking the prophecy? I'm going to assume you mean the prophecy of the dragon. I don't know.
The prophecy fulfilled.
Like when what's her face?
The lady that actually has the foretelling and dies.
Is that Tamara? No, Tamara's
it's Dead Eye Sedai number 1.
Yeah, I forgot her name. Tamara's
Dead Eye Sedai number 1.
Someone shout it out in chat.
Gitara
Morso.
Yeah. That's right.
Moroso. She's not Morso Gitara. She's
Gitara
Moroso.
Mimosa?
Yes,
I want a
mimosa. Let's do a mimosa. Let's do it now. That's all we need. We need Wheel of Time and mimosas. Let's fucking make it happen. I don't know how we're gonna make it happen.
Brunch Wheel of Time.
I'll spend. Yeah, that's a great. I don't know if we're gonna get them because I read Newsspring.
Walk off, Adalorna. All right.
Little jab there.
Look at me. I read Newsspring.
It's only been out for 12 years.
Oh my god, it's almost like everybody is doing that because everybody else has read Newsspring.
Yeah.
False.
Listen, if you're going to have a podcast about the Wheel of Time, I'm just saying, maybe you should have read all the books. Maybe.
Well, Yeah, see, what I did was people that haven't read it that don't care about spoilers, I have solidarity with them because I don't care about spoilers from New Spring because, I don't know, I finished the books that mattered.
That one matters too, man. There's a lot of really fun stuff in there. We finally get to see
Cannoli
you're right.
mimosa.
cannoli
Yeah,
mimosa.
That's
The
the
cannoli.
other person who was in the
Love it.
room. Cannoli
Love it.
mimosa.
Cannoli
She was like,
mimosa.
hey, the dragon takes his first breath on the slopes of Dragonmount. I fucking hate him. Get out of here.
Why did I hear the new name?
What's going on over here, right?
Why did I
So
hear the
bad.
new name in General Grievous's fucking voice? Cannoli mimosa.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Terrible.
Oh,
All right, we need to be done. We're getting ridiculous.
We're getting punch drunk now.
It's been
An actual
3
drunk.
hours.
it's
Yes.
only been 3 hours. The puppets sometimes go for 6.
I mean,
I'm not saying we
That's a-
should
that's-
at all.
I'm not a puppet.
Look at that-
Somebody's. I might be able to go for 6 hours too if there's somebody's hand was on my ass.
I would that would actually make me not go for 6 hours. It would be like almost
All right,
immediate.
fair enough.
I'd have to stop.
Big fella.
Fair enough. It
But
just
no,
matters what you're into, Tom.
No, I
the only
mean,
thing that matters
it would be
is what-
so-
Only
it would be
thing
so
that
great,
matters
but I would
is
finish
what
faster.
you're into. Oh, fair enough. Yes,
I would
I
finish
see what you're
faster.
doing.
That's what I'm saying. I'm scrolling through to see if there's anything more interesting.
I'm kind of interested in like what. So you see this expanded section of the sheath for land sword.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh-huh.
I'm kind of wondering what like
Why?
yeah.
Yeah.
Like because you see a
It's
little piece of something
possible
sticking
that
out.
it's 2. That it's like it's a double sheath, and there's also the
But it
possibility.
tapers to right here.
Yeah.
So where would a second sword fit? And did the handle just come off?
Yeah.
Because there's a little.
If
little
it's a
nubule.
shorter one, because there's if there was like a full like katana and then the what's it called, the shorter one.
Wakasashi.
Yes, there we go. Then it would make sense for it to be about that long, and he might be using it down there as like a knife.
But see,
The
you can
other
see that the
possibility is
guard
that it's
covers that section up.
just
Go to
Like this
go
is
to-
honestly like pure curiosity because the guard is covering up that section. You have a little nubule through here, which means
Go to
it
one-
should be integrated. Go ahead.
Go to 139. And then just press play. The next scene is land with his sword. So yeah, it's the same sheath. And then the next,
the
and
little
then
nubule is still right there. Whatever it is stays in the sheath.
I don't know about that.
keep going because then we get
Or it's
him
part of the
stabbing the
sheath.
Trolloc. Oh wait, no. Go back a little.
That
bit.
looks like a quiver.
No. Look at the sword. Forget about the sheath. Look at the sword. Go back and press play again. The sword looks like it has like a weird bump at the bottom there. See it?
Well, that doesn't actually look like his sword. That looks like a Trolloc sword that's dying behind him. His sword is down here in front of him.
I was gonna say that looked like it had teeth on it. Never mind. It looks
Yeah,
like
it's
serrated.
It does look like it
That's
is serrated,
it's a-
but that's a
yeah,
Trolloc
That's a
blade.
Trolloc sword. Yes.
All right, keep going.
The next scene is when he stabs the Trolloc after Maureen does the channeling. So
See, so this is the little
Alright.
nubule that I was talking about.
yeah,
still
it's
there.
weird. It's weird. It's not an arrow because there's no feathers on it. There's no point. So
That is the face of
Expelliarmus.
I just shit my pants. My pants
In the
had
middle of
joined
this
the brown
battle.
that's the
object.
face that you see when you shit your pants because she's about to tear you apart. That's what's gonna happen.
Get me
pants
my
had
brown
joined the brown
pants.
object.
Yes.
Get me my brown Asha pants.
I'm glad I wore my brown pants today. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see the sword. That's too far.
Nope.
No, it just looks
I
like
mean,
a
you can
katana.
see it. Yeah, it does
like a
just look
katana.
like a katana. I don't know.
Weird.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he has a shorter sword anywhere or anything like that. So
Mm.
I don't know.
Oh, that's a good pause right there. I mean,
That
it's
is a
blurry,
good
but
pause.
look at all that blood. Oh,
I can't
God.
really
Yeah.
help it being blurry.
That is some Quentin Tarantino shit.
That's the what was it? What was the description of the TV-14? Intense
Yeah.
violence. It's the intense
Yeah.
violence. That Trolloc is creepy looking, man. Oh. they played up the demonicness of the sword. I mean, of the Trollocs, but I'm really
Good.
happy with what they did. Look at that! Look at the sword that it's holding.
Like, yeah.
Look how big it
that's
is.
fucking-
Like this one has like no guard. It just has the push
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, it's very like the Urukai, and yeah, it's definitely serrated. Look at it.
I found a random
Uh,
circle.
Yeah.
It's completely
it
unimportant,
means
but I found a
It's
circle.
it's more
means
oblate.
nothing.
It's more oblate, sir.
Just want you to know we found it. It's like a circle. It's like time. It's a circle. There's no
Circle.
end. There's no
Yeah,
corner.
no way.
Oh, but yeah, like I see what like this is probably the first I've actually noticed and paid attention to the serration.
Yeah.
Yeah, serrated meat cleaver.
Yeah,
That's
not
very
beyond
appropriate.
that's beyond serration, honestly. Like serration is more subtle. Like that's
It
just
could be-
fucking
It could be like the Trollocs just pick up anything and use it as a weapon. That could be like a wood, like a saw for cutting a tree down or something.
it's a repurposed saw blade. I like it.
Yeah. That was a good shot of the Trolloc
Yeah,
right there, too.
Lon,
Yeah.
fucking take him out. Excellent.
Fucking awesome, man.
Dude, so
I'm
excited.
so amped.
Very hyped.
So amped.
much,
Oh, yeah.
much hype. Very wow.
Very wows. All of the wows.
She looks like Moraine just looks like she's wearing a pantsuit right there.
I don't know. She can wear anything she fucking wants, man.
Dude, I wasn't saying that was a
Oh,
bad
I know.
thing.
I
was like-
just love her. So great. She does look like she's
it
wearing.
just looks like she's wearing
It
like
does
a
look like she's
pantsuit
wearing
right
like
there.
a jacket,
Like
like
a
suit
blazer?
jacket. Yeah, blazer. That's the word. I was
It's
a
great.
blazer and a blouse right there.
Yeah.
That was a terrible pause for her face. She looked a little drunk.
Hey, don't we all sometimes?
I am right now, so that's fine.
Exactly.
No, he's
I mean, no, I'm not. Don't
Wait,
drink
what?
alcohol, kids.
There we go.
Yeah,
Let's be honest. If you ever get yourself on video, you have a half a dozen shots like that.
Oh yeah.
If it's like 5 minutes of clip, you have at least half a dozen. All right.
Oh, look at that. Reaching out. Oh, that looked like DNA too. That was great.
Yeah, it did. That's what I just noticed. I'm like, wait, no, I gotta go back.
The way the weave goes up right
Oh,
there,
yeah.
yeah, it looks like DNA. The other ones are doing that too, just in different spots. The one on the right's doing
Yeah.
it all the way at the top. That one on the bottom is doing a little bit there at the bottom.
And it's linking up with this one too.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I can't wait to see what channeling looks like from the perspective of a channeler, though.
Yes. That's going to be very, very interesting.
What if like as like just the fuck with it's like in this very bright section, like they just included like a very like faded out picture of Steve. That's where Steve is in the show.
I'm pretty sure Steve is Narg.
Lightning strikes the wine spring? Nah, it's hitting the Trolloc.
Yeah,
Not the wine spring. It hits the tree there a little bit, but it's hitting that Trolloc. It murks the shit out of that Trolloc.
oh yeah.
It does murk the shit. Fuck this Trolloc in particular.
Yeah. And then right into the swirl.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it
Yeah.
doesn't hit the wine spring.
At least not that we see.
Not in that, yeah, in that part right there.
But if it did hit the Wine Spring Inn, it wouldn't matter because the Wine Spring Inn has brick instead of thatch, and therefore, bucks and buoy.
Yeah. fuck it.
But excellent for lightning.
It's job creation.
Yeah.
Job
exactly.
security right there.
Oh, yeah.
Make sure the Thatchers and the roof tile people have jobs.
That's
Yep.
how I feel. Every time
Especially
somebody's
all
like,
the ones who come from the other countries to live in the
In the Two Rivers.
North
Yeah,
at
later.
some point.
Yeah.
Hey, Norm.
The wheel of time turns.
That was fantastic. I had a great time. I didn't even realize it'd been 3 hours until he said 3
Yeah.
hours.
Right?
It took the guy that hasn't been here for 3 hours to remind us that hey,
It's been 3 hours.
3
yeah.
hours.
So what do we have? What's on the left there? Is that the blacksmith shop? I can't tell like what that would. No, it looks like there's pottery just inside there. I was just trying to see what the other
Sure.
shops are on the left.
It's almost like you
right
haven't
here,
actually
yeah.
done shot by shot of this trailer.
What did I write? What time is this? 8 seconds.
Okay, no, that was just a light fleck on me. I was like, why can I see the ladder through the sky? And it was
I wrote possible blacksmith on the left question mark.
Is that really? Oh my
Like
god.
I'm such a nerd. How many? I
and-
have 75 entries on the spreadsheet for this.
Jesus Christ. So, Norm, I actually think that they are not going to do that for the first season. I think that they are actually going to just have Saidar be white. All you're going to see is the weaves of Saidar coming off of certain women when they're channeling that is white. And they might go ahead and flesh it out a little bit more into the later seasons, but I actually think that we're probably not going that they'll likely have a bit about it as the girls are learning and like as they talk about other like parts of the weave. But when you actually have weaves come together, it's just going to be white. And Saidar will just look white and DNA.
Yeah. Could go either way, you know, when she's teaching them, because they do Egwene does channel a bit when they're in that like pile of bushes or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Early on, so they could show them, but I hope they save it for a poignant moment, like a big moment, like showing the actual weaves.
I would agree with that. Jesus Christ, Andrew.
what? No, sorry.
If you want to do that, at least take it off screen.
Nope. Nope.
No, it's just the
like
fucking.
everybody else can like watch too, and maybe they see something we don't. You know, who knows? I mean, I'm not trying to prolong this. Like, I'm just letting everybody talk and have their conversations.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, motherfucker, I will stay up all night and talk about Wheel of Time, and I don't sleep, so you're not going to bother me. Is there anything else that anyone? Another question? Do you think? This is Norm again. Big change that Brandon Sanderson said was happening. Will that be low gain escapes?
Perhaps.
Did he say there was one specific big change, or is that there were big changes?
He said there was one episode where there was like a big change. There was at least one big change that he felt would like that's going to divide the fans.
The book people.
Yeah.
Okay.
The book people.
The book people. I don't know. It could be. I think it's going to be something more along the lines of the relationships between the original, like the Emmonsfield Five, and like their. I think that the Emmonsfield Five are going to be very different from book to show. Like, I don't think we're gonna have the same kind of relationships between them and their families and stuff like that. Like, specifically, I'm pretty sure that I forgot her name already, but the other Aibara that they cast is Perrin's wife. Like, I think that's Perrin's wife.
I don't think that's at all true. I think that you're crazy, and I don't know where you got any of that, and you should shut your whore mouth right now.
And I'm pretty sure she's gonna die in Winter Night, and I think it's gonna be somehow Perrin's fault, or he's gonna feel like it was his fault.
I mean, Perrin would feel like it was his fault if she died on the other side of the world. So it really wouldn't take that much.
It's true, but this way it'll give that character more of an actual psychological reason to feel that way, the way he feels throughout the rest of the series, where he feels like responsible for things and like guilty about stuff, like about things that aren't his fault. This will give it a reason. Like, this will give us a reason for that.
Who needs a reason for that?
A lot of people hate Perrin, so apparently,
if you just have that like feeling about you and that personality, it doesn't matter if it's your fault or not. And fuck people who don't like Perrin.
I totally agree with you.
They can be fine.
I hate when people refer to the slog, and I hate when people hate on Perrin and Fael.
Okay, I hate Perrin and Fael together, and I do call it a little bit of a slog. But to those who actually dislike Perrin himself, shut up. He's a well put together character.
Haven't you ever been in love with somebody? He acts like someone who's in love with somebody.
Yeah. I am not above admitting that the
Fael is the obnoxious one in that relationship.
I am not above admitting that the reason I hate Fael and Perrin so much is because I've had relationships that were like that, like the bad parts.
Yeah.
That's probably like 90% of why I don't like it.
That's fair.
Like,
I
I
mean-
don't think she's not a terrible character. She's not a bad character necessarily. She's not my favorite. Like, there's a lot of characters that just aren't my favorites. And there's some that are just absolutely like trash. Like, the best thing they ever do is die, like Gollum. So
I think if Fail actually didn't get with Perrin, she'd be a good character. All of the bad parts about Fail's character, to me, are in relation to Perrin.
Well, I like how she grows and their relationship
No,
grows.
she doesn't.
Well, I mean, it goes from a slightly unhealthy relationship the way
It's a horribly unhealthy relationship.
but it grows into a more healthy relationship where they communicate with each other. Like, because in the beginning, it's about a lack of communication with each other. I mean, the entire fucking series is about a lack of communication.
So here's a question
That's
for that.
what you just said is
talking
accurate.
about their relationship. Is it worse from the standpoint of her not communicating with Perrin how she feels, or that Perrin has abilities that allow him to invade the privacy and know how she feels without her saying it?
Yeah.
Or are they both equally problematic?
So,
because
so
one
I would
can be
say
controlled, one can't be controlled, to be fair.
I will throw out two things. Number one, being an empath is not actually bridging people's privacy.
Yeah,
my opinion. Now, granted, I know that Perrin is supernaturally empathic.
Yeah,
I'm aware of that. And so that can you can make a little bit of the argument that it's a little unfair.
He's not an empath.
I think the difference there is that
he is. That's exactly what he is.
He is not an empath. He can tell what people are feeling, not like he understands and shares.
Well, an empath feels what other people are feeling. So there's
he
a
doesn't
little bit of a
feel
difference,
feeling,
but
so.
I mean, it's in the same. It's in the
to-
same family, though. It's in the same family.
I was going to say, to be an actual empath and get to the point of actually feeling what other people are feeling, you have to know
understand
what other people are feeling.
But
if you're just walking
that's not
around
what an
being
empath
like,
is.
I'm angry, like,
yeah,
you have to know that the reason that you're feeling angry is because the other person's angry.
Yeah, but Perrin doesn't smell anger and then feel angry. Like, he can just tell by smell, by pheromone.
I think the difference with Perrin's ability not being in like an invasion of privacy necessarily is that he can't control. It's not like he could turn it on and off.
Yeah,
like it's not like he turns it on when he wants to, sneakily understand what people are feeling. Yeah. Though in the same vein, he also doesn't just out tell people that he can do that. Like if you were in a conversation where you wanted to be open and honest, and then he should tell people that he has.
And that's why I think that both of them are equally at fault here, because Perrin is not being honest about why he knows what he knows. Well, and she is not being honest about about being frustrated about him knowing things that he shouldn't and not communicating her feelings to him.
It's the effect of him not telling her that he can tell that makes it a problem.
No, but doesn't he tell her doesn't he tell her pretty early on though?
No, because he tells her a number of aspects of it. He tells her he can see in the dark, he can hear far away, like different things like that. But again, the problem here is that we regularly talk about things being off screen and reading more into the text. And so it is absolutely possible that he's just totally honest with her and then she's a total bitch, but it's not on the page that he actually tells her that he can smell her emotions. Therefore, you can't just assume it. And she also seems pretty... Well, she also does.
I never thought that he just told her. I just because she's
really
smart.
Well, there's also definitely scenes where she looks to him like, is this person telling the truth? Like when they're like later on, like I don't know how much further later on, but I 100% remember her like looking to him for assurances like about him using his power. So she does know like what it like. That aspect of it,
he can do things.
That's what I was going to say.
She
because
knows
this
exactly what it is different. Is a different story. Like she may have like been able to like by the way he's been acting and what he's done, have figured out that whatever it is, my boyfriend, husband, boo thing, whatever can tell if people are lying, if they're angry or whatever.
real quick, Matt's dagger said in the Shadow Rising, he tells her everything. Matt, do you know what chapter or when that is? And while we're
And
talking
is it
about
all?
I can look it up.
And again, is it all on page? And does he actually say everything that he can do? Because I was pretty sure he never actually, on page, in dialogue, tells her about his being able to smell her emotions. And that's the one that's kind of the crux of this. Because, sure, she could maybe assume that he can do a lot of other stuff if he tells her, oh, I can see really far and hear really far and blah, 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 and talk to wolves.
You know what I just realized? Leave takings as a chapter title is used twice. I didn't ever realize that before.
Which one?
Okay. So they're technically different by one letter. Because in the Shadow Rising, chapter 16 is leave takings. It's not the one that he's referencing, I don't think, but I don't know. It was just a random thing I noticed that I thought was kind of interesting. So sorry. Continue.
Yeah, no,
Here's this random piece of information that has no bearing on the current conversation. AKA Andrew just talking is pretty much the metric for that.
but yeah. Anyway.
Keep going. It's going to take me a minute to scroll through all this shit.
I got him.
Did you?
I did.
Revelations. Not that one.
Whoa.
Is it
That's all
56?
in a
Is it
different
Dragonmount?
language.
Is that did we get a
What?
troll? Did we get a troll?
Probably.
See, so again, it's a real question of I did finally get the
Kim Jong finally
so
got
Matt
his
Stagger.
Kim Jong finally got his floppy drive to work. So this is how he
So-
attacks.
So Matt Stagger, that's actually kind of the crux of this. He told her everything. It is kind of a catch-all, but she also seems very frustrated with things that he can do that she seems to not understand. Because again, if he actually tells her, hey, babe, I am able to smell your emotions, and maybe sorry for that, but like, again, I can't turn it on and off. I'm not going to try to smell your emotions. I'm not going to walk in and be like, oh, what can I glean about my wife or my girlfriend here? Oh, she's angry. Let me change my entire personality. But that is who Perrin is. Definitely when he walks into a room and smells whatever or knows that somebody is a certain way or whatever, he's going to then change his behavior. And if she doesn't recognize that, or they don't have a conversation about it and they're on the same page about what is happening there, that's still bad communication. Like,
Yeah.
that is still them being horribly bad for each other, at least for a certain amount of time, with the idea of...
Yeah, and their relationship grows and they get better at that, though. That's the... Like, it's a good... Yeah, I mean, by the end, they have a very
A
healthy...
lot better by the end, for sure. Like,
They are a lot better.
whenever Fael finally goes,
You're right.
oh, he doesn't have to just like adapt to my culture. I kind of have to adapt to his as
Yeah,
well.
I mean,
And
it's,
also have to
50-50.
adapt to his life and adapt to his feelings and
It's-
adapt to his the
it's
burden
good.
that he has to carry. And the
You mean it's not
I,
all
th- I
eyes
think
on
it's I think it's good to show the negative aspect of it and then show the characters growing from it. Like, are there problematic bad parts of their relationship early on? Absolutely. But by the end, they both have communicated to each other and grown closer together because of it and have a more healthy, stable relationship.
yeah, I don't.
With some interesting fetishes, apparently.
Yeah, that's also true. I mean,
I'm
like,
here to
again,
kink
I
shame.
Don't kink
definitely.
shame.
I'm here to talk.
Well, no. I was gonna say, more does not mean good, or better does not mean good. Better
No.
just means not as bad.
Yeah, well, I mean,
And
their
so
relationship
again,
is growing and
I
getting
still
better.
think their relationship is fairly toxic at the end of the books. Now, I do again think that it is better, but when it goes from like a negative 7 to a -6 that is better but not good. So again, I think that it is good that we are disagreeing and good that we can have an actual discussion about this. And there is evidence, throughout the books of all of this, and that
there's not
Robert
really
Jordan and Brandon Sanderson did a really good job of writing a relationship. Whether you think it's good or not, it is a relationship.
Yeah.
And that it is put together.
Can he smell when she's horny? I would imagine so.
Yes.
I think
He
they referenced
says
it too. Yeah.
He grabs her by the scruff of the neck and throws her up against the wall and goes, "Oh, that's different."
That's a new smell. Okay.
Wait, it smells like fish in here. What?
Oh, I knew it was going there.
I'm sorry. I'm totally kidding. That was terrible. I take it all back. I'm going to just leave now. Andrew, Josh, have fun with the podcast. I'm off it forever.
Not that bad.
I'm not allowed out in public again.
We can't take you anywhere.
Ugh. Yeah, I can't be taken anywhere.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's
I don't
3.5 hours now.
Hey, I'm not leaving until you guys close it, so it's up to y'all.
Yeah, it's up to you. I do have to go soonish.
I don't.
I'm gonna do a live stream one day. It's just me like frame by framing something and never even acknowledge that chat exists. Just
no, and then at the end of the live stream, just go, "Oh,
shit!
Wait, I went live.
I was live. Oh no! Whoops! Sorry, guys.
I love that the audiobook that's just 12 hours of just breathing and page turning, and then at the very end it goes, "Wait, out loud?"
Why would anyone do that?
It's great. Anyway, do we want to just watch it once all the way through, just for good measure here at the end, and then just close it up?
We can't do the audio, right?
Yeah, I could play at regular speed without the audio, but
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, then let's not, though. What's the problem?
We've been acknowledging you.
Axes?
huh?
Y'all have
What's
been
wrong with
fantastic.
battle axes?
They look stupid. They look kind of dumb.
I think they look fine.
I feel like battle axes like that aren't functional. Right? That's
so normally both sides are a mirror. This clearly is not a mirror of each side.
Yeah.
This section of the hammer kind of goes slightly at a downward angle into the handle, which means it's going to be impact, on impact, it's not going to be as reliable because it's going to be forcing all the force into a more narrow point.
It's going to break. It's going to shatter.
Yeah, basically.
Not if it's made out of fucking power rod
Adamantium?
steel.
Oh,
Fuck
it's
you.
not.
It says who?
I mean, unless he found a matching pair of
We
power
have
rods.
6 people who are running around with power rod items that they don't know are power rod. Maybe he just really likes his axes that are I can hit this against anything and it doesn't do.
I'm
shit.
surprised. I'm surprised we never got power rod armor.
Maybe it's too heavy. Maybe they tried it.
I thought Quendiar was light.
Well,
Like it
Power
may-
Rot and Quendiar are different. Because Rand's sword isn't Quendiar, but it's Power Rot. There is a difference, though. As is Mahalanir. Mahalanir is also not Quendiar.
I thought it was the same thing.
Oh, no. They're different.
Quendiar is Hearthstone or Heartstone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that they were the essentially the same thing though.
No, Power Rot Steel is different.
Because of the Wheel of Time Instagram account. The Steppenwolf? Isn't Steppenwolf the villain that fights
DC universe.
Yeah, the DC Universe villain that fights Wonder Woman?
Yeah. Ish, yeah. He's in the Justice League movie. He's the villain in Justice League.
Isn't he played by Liam Neeson or something like that?
I think so. Or the
No.
voices.
I mean, what they look at this. I'm curious. Look at the scope of this wood pile here for this central fire.
Oh, no, that's Ares. Never mind.
Yeah, what about
a pretty wide base for like a fire. And you can see one like maybe this is like not a
A
stilt,
pot?
but a roast like stilt. Yeah,
A roast, yeah.
it? Is that over on the left actually still part of the woodpile?
I'm talking about right here, not over here.
That's
Yeah.
yeah,
This
no,
is like
No,
like a
yeah.
bench.
like a bench, yeah. So,
Yeah,
which is
no,
the one directly.
I was
in front of
talking
mine
about
is also-
between the two people
Right here?
in the middle. Yeah,
Yeah,
that.
like
I
I
don't,
would say, I think it is because you still have like the smoke right here. But this could just be like a pile of wood to be burned later, and it's more centralized over here. I don't know.
Oh,
It's
so
in there.
the theory is that Stepan is Elias.
Interesting.
That they just combine the two characters, and instead of having a warder that killed
but then
other warders, and then goes and teaches young
I don't like
wolf to be wolf. I don't know. I don't care.
like how does Stepan is with this group and Perrin at this point they're already separated and Perrin and Egwene are out on their own. So Perrin and Egwene never find Elias.
I mean, that would kind of make sense if they just like he learns before they get separated.
Yeah, I don't know.
And then they can just meet the traveling people and then they can go fuck themselves because then they meet the worst character in the entire book series.
You know, like Aram.
Fuck Aram.
I feel like following the way of the leaf today. Never mind. Fuck off, father. Father,
The
mother, you
Wine
can
String
fuck it
does
yourself.
not get destroyed. Why do people think the Wine String there's nothing in the trailer that I can remember of the Wine Spring getting destroyed.
So the only thing I have seen is that the built-up set for Two Rivers has been torn down and destroyed. I think I've seen something about that, but otherwise that's it.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that the Wine Spring Inn gets destroyed. That just means they don't need the set no more.
Yeah, well, I think there's some miscommunication going on there. That like people are talking about, oh, the Wine Spring has been destroyed, and I mean, no, in real life, not in the TV show. I think. Yeah, that's my guess. I
mean, I guess they could. I mean, like, that's too far. Yeah, I don't think it gets destroyed. I don't think.
Yeah, me.
Not even when it gets attacked by Trollocs later does that much of the town get destroyed. So
yeah,
they're probably just moving the set.
Maybe, I don't know.
Not long. I looked at this entire scene, focusing on all the rocks. Like I focused on everything over here, looking for the subtle Aiel to peek out from behind a rock. Completely. Until I watched somebody else point it out, completely did not see Shadar Logoth here.
Exactly the same thing happened to me. Exactly fucking the same thing happened to me.
I'm like, the secret's got to be in the rocks. Meanwhile, massive fucking city. Like,
yeah.
Like as soon as I saw it, I was like, I am embarrassed.
Is
but
that
no one will ever know? But
is that Shadar Logoth or is that Tar-Valon?
Massive. No,
that's not Tar-Valon.
Tar-Valon looks like
there's no tower.
Yeah, there's no tower and it's surrounded.
This is Tar-Valon, and this is the harbor that's hardest to find. Oh wait, no, that's on the other side. You. This is South Harbor.
If you go back to the Shadar Logoth, the half of Shadar Logoth is up against the river. That's the part that they pass, and that's
the river
Arenfell
or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
It looks like the wall is kind of fallen right here.
Yeah.
But I'm sitting there like looking through all this stuff, and I'm like, oh, maybe that's an IL. Maybe that's an IL. Maybe it's over here. Yeah. And meanwhile, there's a whole fucking city over here.
Brother Buddha asked if he could post a link in chat.
I don't see any reason why. Let me see. Can I grant?
Try and see what happens.
Yeah, try it, and if it times you out, like send it, post it in our Discord or something like that. If you can, I don't know. I don't know if I can like click and allow it or not.
Also, please don't send us a virus. Thank you.
Yes.
Because the only options whenever I click like whatever on you is like add you as a moderator, and yeah, that's not what we're trying to do. You Rolf him out when Lauren said men couldn't find North Harbor. I mean,
oh, the photo of the Wine Spring Inn ruined.
Well, is there
again? I don't know if that I'm not putting it past the show to go ahead and do more damage to Emmons Field in the battle than is in
Yeah.
the book. But I
Lightning
don't
strikes
really
the
see a
widescreen
good
end,
reason
Billy
for
Mays
it.
comes out of nowhere. Now that's a lot of damage.
Yeah. I mean, I guess they could, but like, it's just.
As I said, I just don't see a reason for it.
I mean, they're leaving anyway. I mean, enough people die. I don't think they need to destroy the inn too.
Who dies?
Just people in the Two Rivers. Like,
I have a question that might be dumb, but I want to ask it anyway. So, a little. What is this? Right here.
Like what? Another person's shoulder?
back up and play it.
Just keep it playing.
I am.
It's a person for sure.
So
You
that
see it
looks like
shift.
somebody's head.
It looks like someone wearing a hood.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm very curious
Or a
because you
head
have
wrap.
this. You have this right here that no longer seems to be a part of Rand.
Yeah,
Because it's
that's
still
fine.
in the same spot and it moves with this person.
Like it almost
Yeah,
could be a
so maybe
spear.
it's
Like a full spear, though. It doesn't. It wouldn't match like the short
The
spear
IL's
of the IL, but the garb kind of matches the IL we see because I think we've kind of been assuming that this might be Bella, but I would have to look at the picture of the horse playing Bella.
So someone said that it's Tam with Bella. So I mean, it could be.
Does he carry a spear at Emmonsfield?
correct.
I mean, I
That
just
is
don't remember.
absolutely
I don't
true.
remember.
Yes, he does.
Yes, he has a spear.
So this could be Rand maybe noticing the.
Why are there
Mothra.
power lines in the background? No, I'm just. I don't. It kind of looks like power lines, but
It's the hydroelectric power lines. A nice lens flare.
Well, that's him getting into the flame of the void.
Oh yeah, the void is the sun. All right.
Yes. I mean,
Like-
if you put all of your emotions into the sun, they will
Like-
go away.
Somebody
like
like
this.
had cropped this right, and I honestly like saw the picture and I thought it was like just a mustache on Barney Harris for a while, and I was like,
got the porn stash. Hey, Headsky asked another.
oh, sorry.
The scene when Matt is in Shadow
Yes.
Logoth with the. There's actually a still of that I sent to you.
Yep, I will throw it up as soon as I see it.
You're gonna throw it up.
Yep,
I'll throw it.
this one. Here you go.
There you go.
There's like a split second that it focuses in on the.
In the trailer, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's an Aiel. I also don't think that that's Shadow Logoth. I mean,
Kind of fits like the biggest arguments I saw for people saying that maybe it's not is because of what looks to be like the kind of black leather like vestment.
mhm.
What we'll see here.
And they wear no, they don't wear any leather armor.
I
mean,
mean,
you
doesn't
can see-
look like he's
He's got red hair.
Yeah. So they were like talking about like the vestment right here that maybe it's not, but I'm like, there's no reason to believe that it's not.
Yeah. Where would this be though? You know, like that there would be an Aiel in a cage like that.
I don't know, because the only Aiel in the cage that I remember from the series is Gaul,
Yeah,
and
it's
he's
Gaul.
very much alive.
Not dead, yeah. And it's not a cage like that.
Yeah.
It's a small cage where he's like crouched.
yeah. He's
I mean,
like
not that they
sat
can't
down.
change the cage, but
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, and that does look like he has a head wrap and like a veil hanging around his neck, like the Shufa.
Mhm.
So I mean, I just don't know. Like, where would they ever be that a person like forget about an Aiel, a person would be strung up in a cage like that? You know,
Like this looks like it would
Sean
probably
Chan.
be relatively recent. Because you have 1, 2, 3, 4.
yeah, and he's still got
Fine.
meat on his
Yeah.
bones. It's not like he's been hanging up for months. He has eyes and skin. Like,
Yeah.
So Sean Chan is the only
Sean
place
Chan?
that I would think about somebody
yeah.
in a cage with a bunch of arrows in them.
yeah,
You know, for the
Like-
Ravens.
I mean, I guess it could be like north of the border.
Could be. Well, no, yeah, because don't they talk about the IL frequently harass the Borderlanders closest to the IL waste?
I don't know. I was
Yes.
I was thinking
They
just
do
like
talk about that.
Yeah, I think
I-
we talked about when we talked about the Borderlands.
I was just thinking that it could be like in the blight, like
That would be a weird place for that to be. Again, I'm not saying that any place isn't a weird place for that to be, because that's the whole discussion we're having. But
the Aiel go into the Blight all the time and raid Trollocs and stuff. So,
but I think they also raid the Borderlands.
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't.
Correct.
It could be.
It's both.
Raid.
Raid Shadow Legends.
This live stream brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends.
By Raid.
There's a pretty good shot of what's probably Hopper's face, like right after this. And they zoom in on the eye for a split second. Makes me think like, this is what the wolf eyes are going to look like for Perrin. Like they're showing you right now. It's either just before or just after this when Hopper barks at him.
Yeah.
You get a good shot of the wolf eye. There you go. You almost had it.
Hold on. Keep going.
I am.
There. And wolf eye.
Yeah.
You kind of see it towards the top right there.
Yeah.
It keeps going. They give us a good shot of his face.
So that was it. That was a good shot.
Yeah.
York.
Andrew, calm down. That's okay.
Negative, sir. Damn it.
You're putting your computer through too much.
I don't think it's Dapple, and it's not Burn, so it's got to be Hopper.
We'll leave it there just so we can at least see both eyes.
Yeah.
But I like it.
It's my good eye.
It might be Dapple, but I always picture Dapple being like completely white.
Wow.
Not that they can't change that too.
Sorry. I couldn't resist being that guy.
Christ.
I couldn't resist. Only because we know it's nothing like that. All right, leave me alone. And because you're one of the few people I can joke and you're not going to be like, you motherfucker.
Yeah.
Large and grizzled with fur the color of pale gray riverstone is the description for Hopper. But he was also scarred from a lifetime of battles and hunts. So the other one is what? Dapple is the idea?
Yeah, Dapple is the... those are the three that are there.
Yeah. Dapple fur is a dozen shades of gray.
Okay.
So not quite 50 shades, but a dozen shades of gray. It's like a third age 50 shades of gray coloring.
So she's only like a little bit into BDSM.
A little bit.
I feel like if it was Faldara, that'd be dark as fuck to have an Aiel hanging up like that outside Faldara. Like
that's what I was thinking. Like with the raids, that's maybe what it is. It's somebody like an Aiel that was raiding the Borderlands. And was killed.
I feel like that's so like that's. I feel like that's outside of. Well, I also feel like that's outside of the Borderlanders like morality. Like they treat their enemies more honorably.
Yeah. I don't know though.
But they also think of the Aiel. They think the Aiel are savages.
No, not the Borderlanders.
They think they're good warriors, but they think they're savages, I thought.
Not the Borderlanders. I don't think so, at least. I remember them speaking of them very respectfully, especially in the New Spring book.
Well, that's probably why I don't know what I'm talking about. So. Let's see.
An Aiel and Four Kings, maybe. Yeah, that does make that is at least that answers my question of where would they find somebody like that. Four Kings is a good answer to that question. Four Kings is a horrible place, so finding someone strung up in a cage killed is definitely a place where you could find somebody like that.
So we talked about so they have respect but enmity with the Aiel, mainly due to the Aiel raids on Shinar through the Naima Pass, which distracts Shinar from the threat of the Shadow. All four Borderland areas sent substantial armies to the Grand Alliance during the Aiel War. However, Saldea and Kandor forces had to turn back due to increased Shadow Spawn raids.
Yep.
So,
anyway.
That's about the best I got.
Indeed. All right, guys. Well, I have to peace out at this point. So do we want to close it up, or would you guys like to keep going and I will just peace out myself?
I'll leave it to Andrew.
Sorry, I'm looking at this picture.
I think that answers the question.
I mean,
All right,
no,
cool.
so this is what was we were talking about, like the destroyed wine spring inn,
Oh, okay.
and here's the picture that they're talking about.
Oh yeah, and it definitely does over
I've
there on the
never-
left look like it's been.
I don't think
Pretty
I've ever
destroyed.
even seen this picture. What's this from?
But yeah, I have no idea.
I mean, like I'm also perfectly good with with ending the stream because this has been fun. But I'm also at this point also it's like we're actively just kind of looking at stuff, and it's
And then
more
just
like
talking about shit. Yeah.
yeah, it's like a stare along of Andrew going frame by frame of the trailer again.
Yep.
Well,
What is
that
what
is-
is that picture? What is that picture from?
I
It looks like
think
a
it was
magazine
the-
article.
W or the Entertainment Weekly thing
Is it? No.
I think what it's from.
I don't think it is.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
remember. I never saw that,
Oh,
and I read
apparently
that
it is.
article.
Photo
What do you know?
is from Entertainment Weekly.
Is that a new one that they did?
EW.
It might be because
Entertainment
I only remember there being the 4 photos from Entertainment Weekly.
Yeah.
Celtic Mess, we know
Maybe
you're watching
it's-
where the photo from. It's on your Twitter. So
Maybe it's from a different country's Entertainment Weekly.
Yeah, it's possible.
Maybe it's a different magazine cover. Like they have different book covers in a bunch of different countries.
But not that article we all saw. It's from Entertainment Weekly, but not that article we all saw. Yeah, it's a
Yes,
second
a
article.
second article.
okay.
Okay.
I did not
that
see
makes
that
sense.
article yet. I'm a
Interesting.
failure.
Failure is
all
a
the
strong
comments
word.
I see on the tweet out is from the 15th, so it's not that old. This tweet is from just before noon
not
on
out
the
yet.
15th.
Someone leaked it. It's a leak. That's why I didn't
so this
see it.
is-
I don't,
this is
I don't
leaked,
look at any
okay.
of the leaked shit.
Yeah,
So-
fuck you for making us look at leak shit.
I didn't know it was leaked. Amazon, we apologize. We publicly don't support that.
Okay.
Actually, I agreed.
I mean,
Yeah.
I hate when people leak shit.
Like,
And-
it's-
and-
It just
It's
ruins
there's the
things.
part of me that wants to know more, that like likes.
Sure.
Well,
yeah, I mean,
like
that's
knowing more.
everyone. Yeah.
I don't like fucking over the people that put out the official releases, because all it's going to do is incentivize them to be more secretive and put out less.
Or force them to have to change and do things in a different way. Like these people, like their entire job is to do things in a way that really hype up shit. And when you break their cadence, then they can't do that.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, it's
and
kind of like
let
the
me-
same thing about like people getting all pissed about feeling like they didn't get enough in like the trailers or the reveals and that kind of stuff. I'm like, all you're doing is fucking it up for the rest of us that enjoy it, because all you're doing is making them think, yeah, maybe like, is this worth the headache?
But like, what
Yeah.
do you want? You want them to show the whole damn show in the trailer?
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
the show's coming out. Wait for the show to come out. Watch it.
Though I will also throw out that I have heard a number of things in the past few years that they leak things as a way to do hype. So if you're doing that, please stop. If you're not doing it and things are actually getting leaked, leakers, please stop. Because it would be really nice if we just always got official announcements and official stuff so that they can absolutely do all of the marketing and stuff that they have degrees for and think will actually get us excited and all of that different stuff. And if you're leaking, you are ruining that. And anybody official, if you're doing it as something official as a leak, stop. Because that just muddies the waters and makes it fucking weird.
If you're leaking, you have two options: stop, see a
Or
doctor.
stop. Yeah, there you
Well,
go.
actually,
there
no.
you go.
See a doctor or stop. There we go. That's
Shameless plug. But our show, the Dragonmount show, the Wheel of Time community show, and our website, the articles that we do, we only just so like if we post something there, then it's official. Like it's part of official releases, because we only discuss official releases. We won't discuss the leaked shit. So if you see it come from Dragonmount, then you can know at least that it's, and you guys that you know at least that it's not leaked shit.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All
Shameless
right.
plug.
Cool.
My shameless plug for you.
So if you haven't, definitely go and check out the Dragonmount community show. It's pretty good.
Absolutely.
It's pretty good.
It's mostly Kitty and Ebony that make it good.
Indeed.
I'm just along for the ride.
Aw, you contribute. Don't sell yourself short like that.
Yeah, but they're fantastic.
They are.
It's hard to compete against the two of them.
You know, he does say accurate things.
Yeah. And y'all also did the Wheel of Time fans react to the trailer. So if you want to go and see how everybody reacted to the trailer drop, or how a lot of people reacted to the trailer drop, it's on the Dragonmount Wheel of Time community show on YouTube. Just search Dragonmount and you'll find it. Or use the link below for the link tree to go and check it out, or whatever link is there.
I'm so bad at plugging shit. Amazon reshared that video.
Indeed, they did.
It was very exciting. I got very excited about it. Marie is also in it.
We just had a giant earthquake.
What? Oh, yeah?
Maybe not giant, but like
Enough
my
to
whole
feel?
living room. Oh, very much
I
so.
missed it.
Well, you
you're
aren't
okay.
in the same place.
Well, I mean, I didn't see anything shaking, and I wasn't looking.
Oh, well, yeah.
Is it
you
too
would
soon to
have
look at
seen
you and
it.
say what's shaking bacon?
No, you're
Too
fine.
soon?
Obviously, you're okay, so that's good.
Yes,
Well, Adam
I'm
Lorna
fine.
saw it.
Yeah.
Oh, she even asked.
That was nuts.
Are you what state are you in?
California.
Los Angeles. I'm California, Los
okay.
Angeles. Yeah. So fucking San Andreas Fault out here, like fucking just gonna throw us into the ocean in a second.
Like, the day Daniel leaves the podcast is the day that the San Andreas Fault just separates California from the rest of the country. Like, we didn't get rid of Daniel, but Mother Nature said enough.
There was just a 2.7 reported outside of Beaumont, California.
Oh, that's not that bad.
It
I
felt
say
bigger
living
than
somewhere
that.
where we don't have earthquakes.
Yeah, I was gonna say it felt bigger than that.
So, fun fact though, when I was going to school in Aiken, South Carolina for college, there's a fault line under that like makes up part of the basin, or like the under substrate or whatever of the Savannah River. And the Genius Atomic Energy Commission for the United States built a nuclear power plant on that river. So pretty much like once that fault line that's apparently like 1,000 years overdue for like a stress relief goes, like all of South Carolina and Georgia is just getting irradiated. It's going to be like Chernobyl 2.0, apparently.
That's fun. It's a good time. Sounds like fun.
I'm not saying that I fully trust the government because I don't, but I will also say I have a
this sitting
strong
here.
feeling.
No.
I didn't realize that. It's sitting in front of me.
If you have spent more than 5 minutes reading history, I would say you shouldn't fully trust any organization.
Correct. But I was going to say, I feel like after shit like Chernobyl, never mind. I was going to say they probably have a lot of safeguards, but we did also relatively recently have that fucking event horizon with, or the Deepwater Horizon.
Oh, the Deepwater Horizon?
Yeah.
Well, that one, at least we know exactly what it calls that. That was a company being too lazy to do accurate inspections and being behind on time and being forced by the executives who didn't sit out in the field and do anything.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
That's the picture we were talking about before.
Yep.
It's my boy. Yeah.
It's Dat Boy.
It's a good movie. Like, it's super sensationalized, but the gist of the movie for Deepwater Horizon with
it's horrific.
Mac Wahlberg.
No, it's Mark
Wahlberg.
Wahlberg.
Yeah, you're right.
Mac.
That's
Dude,
right. They're not rescuing somebody from space. It's not Matt Damon.
At the end of the fucking movie where they show the pictures of the real person, and then you just like, who the fuck cast Mark Wahlberg as this guy? Like, fuck them.
I'm pretty sure
That
the
was
guy had a voice and he was
so
like
generous.
Mark Wahlberg.
Dude, that was so generous. It was ridiculous.
Oh, it was a 4.6
and his wife,
in Carson.
his
apparently.
wife is also, see, that's the one we felt.
You felt.
That's
I didn't
ridiculous.
feel shit.
That
Matter of fact, I spent most of my
me and
days
my
trying to feel
roommates,
things, and it never works.
not Andrew. Not
Oh
the
yeah,
pop.
they just reported a 5.12 in Carson.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
They didn't slosh
That
around
was-
Elaine's
that was
bathwater.
scary.
Is that what happened?
yeah, apparently.
Poorly.
They keep updating
All
them,
right.
so maybe there's more.
It doesn't actually matter. I'm alive.
Don't
I'm
fall
safe.
off! Don't
I'm
fall
not
off
dead.
into the water, please. Please.
I
don't
will
fall
try
off.
not to.
All right.
But go
so-
check out Dragonmount. Go check out blacktowerpod.com. Sign up for the Gathering Madness. Buy crystals from the Crystal Barista. Yes,
Okay,
thank
go-
you very
go
much,
watch
Kritter
Kritter.
XD, for joining us.
I'm just clicking shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Kritter XD, for hopping in and joining us for a bit there. Go and if you're not on TikTok, there's a link tree for Kritter XD down in the description. Go and check that out because she also does Twitch, where I don't know. Last night we did a try not to laugh meme stream kind of thing about Wheel of Time, and she also has some
It was
YouTube
pretty fun.
stuff that she's doing. Yeah, I quite enjoyed it, and I also didn't go to sleep after, so I went to work tired as fuck. Anyway, because apparently sleep is for the weak, but I'm weak, so I need sleep. So we're gonna end this. Yeah, the brain's not
Probably
firing on all
good.
cylinders today, and that's probably why. So,
What sleep is important for health? Who knew?
but definitely go and check out Dragonmount and all the fantastic stuff they have to offer on YouTube, on Twitter, the actual website, because it's an actual website. If you didn't
What?
get that,
There's
now.
a forum too. Real.
What? Not a 5-0?
No.
More shoddy.
You gotta upgrade.
Giggity.
Go run naked through the forums.
Oh yeah, if more shoddy pops in there and just saying he's running naked through the forums, just
Just let it
one
go.
we probably sent him, but two, just he's good.
Just let it go.
As long
Yeah,
as he
just
just
smile
says
and
it.
nod. Yeah.
Just smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. But go and check all of that out. And if you check them out because we told you to, don't tell them it's our fault. But
Yeah.
enjoy what they have. So, but we have a new episode that dropped today for us. It's a background breakdown
Yay.
on Dobrain. And
Go brain.
we release
That
episodes every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So new episodes go live public. If you want to listen to them live as we're recording, for just $1 a month, you can become a patron of the Black Tower Podcast, and you can listen in live to recordings on our Discord server, where when we have guests, like we did for this past week, Thom was the guest for this episode, the last episode we recorded as well. You can listen live there. And if you're unable to listen live, if you are at least a soldier tier or above, which is the second tier, you can get early access to an episode, generally at least a week early. But with all that said and done, go and check out blacktowerpod.com. It's got all the stuff you need to know about us. But we're going to go ahead and end this live stream here after 4 hours. Thank you all so much, whether you're on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, for coming in, listening, asking the questions that made it a whole lot more fun and all of that shit. Sorry, I get distracted by words again. Anyway, but thank you so much for being here. Thom, I think we've plugged everything for you, so thank you so much for being here. You're fantastic. You're
I
awesome,
appreciate you.
as
You're-
is all of Dragonmount and Jordan Con.
You're pretty fantastic yourself.
Yeah.
Daniel's
Is
all
there-
right.
Is there anything else we can say to Brown Nose more?
No, I think you did pretty good. Thoroughly painted.
Or are we thoroughly brown nosed? Good.
Thoroughly.
All right. But for those of us here at the Black Tower Podcast, I have been your Bajan Mahal Andrew. Josh was here earlier and had to leave because he actually has a life and I don't, so I can sit here all the time. Depressing. Anyway, Daniel, sure go.
I have been Daniel, your Amin Khan Mahale. Sorry I was late. I know that they talked about wonderful things before I got here, but I also don't actually have a life. I just have work, which is less scheduled than Andrew's. But from all of us here at the Black Tower Podcast and all of our guests and ships at sea, thank you so much for joining us. We hope that you are having a great evening today. We hope that you wake up tomorrow and have a lovely morning. And in case we don't see you again, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Oh, it was actually kind of choreographed. I should do that more often. Yeah. Anyway.
In the shadows, always watching, always running the show. In the tower, you can bring your pain. In the tower, you can feel the strain.
just fitting.